Hey, howdy, hi, howdy, ho, everybody. It's your boy Griff. We're back with more Rogue Trader. Last we left off, we were here in the Hallowed Electrodynamic Cenobium, helping Pascal, the the other tech priests, and our new Inquisitor friend Heinrichs take down the heretics that are trying to take over this place. Pascal here was looking for his mentor, who we believe is this guy. And we had just gotten through this big ass fight. All these heretic guys took him out. And now we're gonna see what's up. We're gonna see what's up with Mr. Tortured Tech Priest. In the cycles of the foreordained, there lurks a flaw of worship. The tech priest's body convulses. Pained, plaintive creaks of binaric prayers come from his vox. As moments pass, the signal becomes less and less clear, as if something twisted and wrong were being added to it. Pascal studies the tech priest's face carefully. His vox system moans in a tragic vibrato. Subject unidentified. This is not the blessed Amarnat. Stranger, I request your name. How do you know my mentor's motto? Let's examine him. There are deep burns all over his flesh, and the skin around his augmetics is charred. Blasphemous spells have been carved into his sacred iron, forming unholy litanies of scrap code. It is amazing how robust this tech priest's life support systems have proven to be in maintaining the spark of life in his grievously wounded body. Who are you, servant of the Omnissiah? The fire of the hearth sent forth sparks. The name of this spark is Abel Haneman. The tech priest looks over at Pascal. For a brief moment, his speech becomes clear. The echo of my call has reached you. Good. The iteration is at its end. The design is fulfilled. What design? Why are you calling yourself by my name? Was it you who summoned me to Rykad Minoris? What for? I categorically demand an answer. Pascal's voice rises to an intimidating howl, but the delirious tech priest does not seem to understand what he is saying. What design? An intention both bold and honorable, to open new gates for the waters of knowledge and comprehension. A plan written so that the righteous may follow, and trust in the great pattern of revelation and uniform progression toward it. Pascal's voice is trembling with elation. Those are his words. I have not heard them in so very long. Ask him about Amarnat. You came here because of him. No, he came because of himself. Myself? To redeem myself. To correct a mistake? Possibly. But how do you? There's a look of gentle condescension in Abel's eyes. Strange, given the circumstances. The hubris of the mind spurs him to build monuments to himself. Do not regret, for all is predetermined by the iteration. A devastating coughing fit cuts him off, and you hear a clang of tearing metal from inside his chest. Let's talk more once we get him out of here. A cold premonition rakes the heart. The probabilities are dark and frightening. Brother, I do not wish to gaze into them. We are the flame of knowledge that drives the darkness away. Pascal is quickly inspecting Abel's wounds, paying no mind to the blood and sacred unguents staining his sleeves. His vox rasps soothingly. Do not fear what is to come, brother. We are already here. Let's try to get him down. As soon as you touch the tech priest's spattered flesh, he shifts his gaze to you and says with sudden clarity, Many sparks have gone out. But not all. The electric shepherds are alive. In the darkness, I hear their prayers. Find them. Save them. Recite the hymn of contact circuit restoration, so that you may behold what is hidden. A blast of the motive force runs down the tech priest's body, and his face contorts in a mocking grimace. Malformed binaric code, repulsively jarring on the ears, pours out of his vox. Information archive to the effect that the circuit restoration hymn is the entrance password to the electro priest's hiding place. I note with great sorrow that the cultist's ritual has been partially successful. My tech brother has been tainted by corruption. He is in the grip of a schismatical, an unholy imitation of a machine spirit. I request immediate activation of the Texorcism protocol. Capella gives Pascal a long look, her eyebrow raised in a silent question. Pascal responds with an equally long silence, then creaks. Thank you for your cooperation. Request denied. The Catechism demands that this act be performed by an authorized unit. What is a schismatical? An ugly mockery of a noble machine spirit created by the warp. Sometimes a few lines of despicable scrap code or a small clump of the motive force falls under the arch-enemy's influence and degenerates into an abomination of this sort, one whose very existence is an insult to the Omnissiah's wisdom. Let's try and save him. We're iconoclast. The possessed man responds with a burst of repulsive laughter. Every now and then, a word or two of Gothic finds its way into the binaric obscenities pouring out of his vox, in what seem to be the schismatical's tentative forays into a language that is alien to it. His body convulses. His joints twist at unnatural angles with the sound of bursting steel couplings. As the possessed man thrashes about, his internal augmetics emerge gradually through the hanging tatters of his flesh, as though an iron homunculus hidden inside the tech priest were trying to cast off the meat cocoon it no longer needed. Pascal's mechadendrite extends a thin drilling needle. Sacred unguent glistens on it. A code purification aria is heard as the needle sinks into the possessed tech priest's skull and touches his neural augmetic, forming an electric circuit with it. Extreme strain is visible on his face. Furious litanies pour out of his vox. Result: failure. Requesting assistance. Do we recite a prayer to the Emperor, or do we try and, like, fucking shock him out of it? This seems the more tech priest option, which I think would be more appropriate than praying to the Emperor. Let's try that. Undaunted, you grab one of the severed cables and press it to the tech priest's body, and a shock of formidable power shakes the possessed man. Machine oil gushes out of his mouth. His vox hisses deafeningly as the flow of the motive force burns the corruption in his sacred iron. The overload destroys some of the circuit boards of his neural augmetic, resets his code, and erases the schismatical from existence. The tech priest's eyes roll up, and he loses consciousness, crushed yet still alive, and no longer in the thrall of corruption. With the utmost care, Pascal takes his body down from the mechanism and lays it on the floor. His stirring litanies of gratitude to the Omnissiah echo through the hall. Rest, tech brother. We will come back for you when we have done our duty to the miraculous fusion reactor. Why am I not getting sound? Hold on. Ah, that's why. There we go. That's a little better. You guys can actually hear stuff. I just noticed that. My apologies. Pascal, Lord Captain, The Omnissiah commands a pious mind to strive toward uncovering the truth. Therefore, I will not stop until I find my mentor and understand his connection to this servant of the machine god. I request the privilege of joining your retinue as a rightful companion. I can offer to fulfill the duties of an engine seer on your ship in exchange for the right to follow you and conduct my own investigation. Well, alright. Pascal officially joins us. And we saved his buddy. Maybe. Hopefully. Let's head off this direction.
You move with the utmost confidence in unfamiliar places. And yet, until now, you have spent your entire life on a void ship.
This place is almost like the plasma drive chambers on the flagship. The deadly flashes of the machine's spark, the smell of scorched flesh, and threads that must be severed.
Interesting. What's in here? Treasure. This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality. We've got a data altar. The cogitator's green screen lights up as you approach it and displays a flashing message. Pilgrim, only the words of the first galvanic hymn will reveal to you the gifts hidden behind the veil of knowledge. Now chant with me. Let us sing this canticle to... And then the device's keyboard lights up, clearly expecting you to enter the rest of the verse. Well, let's ask Pascal. Pascal, kindly remind me how this hymn goes. Pascal's vox lets out a noisy groan, as if he is clearing his throat, but then stops abruptly. After a brief pause, he averts his gaze and says in a rasping voice, "It is not known to me. Only high-ranking servants at shrines of energetic prosperity are permitted to perform the first galvanic hymn." Abelard snorts and struggles to suppress an involuntary smile. "Emperor, help us all. The esteemed Magos has been caught out not knowing a prayer, and now he's floundering like a cadet in an exam. I never thought I'd see the day." Poor Pascal. He didn't know the answer. Okay, what was the prayer? Let us sing this canticle to, the motive force? Verse 2 calls to you, Pilgrim. Let us fill our souls with gratitude toward the arcane key that closeth the circuit. If I remember correctly, we found a symbol earlier that was like a big key. Now finish this prayer, Pilgrim. May the unity of the sacred charges power they like sparks. The immortal reason that hath created the spark? Oh, nope. Only one who has learned the path of our cenobium is worthy of its gifts. Walk the path of the enlightened, absorb their age-old wisdom, and sing with me again. Well, I messed that up. Let's see. Maybe it's the Omnissiah. It's the first galvanic hymn to the Omnissiah. The arcane key. Maybe it's the body. Maybe the unity of the sacred charges power the mortal body and the mechanisms thereof. Nope. I think I'm going to try the motive force again. I'm pretty sure this one's the key. Maybe the memory that is preserved most zealously. Nope, that's not it either. wonder how many times this is going to let me do this before it's like, you're just dumb, aren't you? Hmm. Hmm. Well, now it's time to cheat. I really think it's the key. Aha! We got it. I didn't even cheat that bad. What do we get? What's in here?
The divine watches over us.
Just a chest. That's okay. Another arc rifle. And the pinpointing visor. 15% critical hit chance to ranged attacks against enemies with less than 50% wounds left. Well, that's pretty good. Is it better than that, though? Oh, it's definitely better than the Lex Mechanicus goggles, though. That's for sure. Pascal, I have new gear for you. This is just the same as his, right? Yeah. This is better than our heavy leather armor. And then, what does... Oh, he's just got the same thing on. Yep. He does have a cape. What did we give him? Ah, yes. Excuse me. Ew, a bot. Shun the non-believer. Hi, Geen. Come and hang out with me, buddy? Come here. Let's see. I think I'm going to give Heinrichs another force grenade. Replenish that for him. Pascal can have another regular grenade. All right. Just few light upgrades real quick before we get into the big boss fight. It's coming up. You shall be purified by the motive force, blasphemer.
The impure cannot escape their fate.
Oh, they're just gonna attack us? Well, that's bunk. Oh, but they've given Kibella a real good time.
As honor ordained. As the tenants demand. The shadows will see it done. Trust me.
Boom! What a hit.
As honor ordains.
Okay. Firstly, be on fire.
Rejoice in service.
Secondly,
The
Abelard,
Emperor commands.
if you will please
I will not be deterred.
bring it down. Maybe not. Why can Argenta not do anything? Oh, because this is Abelard's movement thing. That's right. Get the big gun back out.
Victory is imminent.
Boy howdy, they're batting 1,000, aren't they? Everybody's kind of in the way now, unfortunately.
Doubt is weak. I'll do it.
My place is at the fore.
Let's get stabby.
I will do.
Hey, Planetarium Carpet, how's it going, man? I saw you dump a bunch of your channel points in, like, right as I started.
I'd rather not. At your beck and call. It will be done.
I won't object to it. Let's see to it.
Pascal.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Talking to a friend about me and started just as you were talking about me. Well, cool. I appreciate you spreading the good word. If they join in the game corner and watch some stuff with us, I hope they have a good time.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
We are currently
Killing.
right in the middle of a dungeon. Well, towards the end of a dungeon, I guess.
As honor ordains.
We've got a big boss fight left. Obviously, the rest of this fight here, but
Actions will speak louder than words. And so shall it be done. The Emperor commands. May my wrath be thy undoing!
Heinrichs, please take care of these guys.
Let's see to it. Your reckoning is due. I'm watching your back.
Nice.
Always.
Oh, this tech priest didn't give us nothing? Well, that's disappointing.
Know your duty!
I think we've been in here, right? No, we haven't.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Secret door.
Take heed, rogue trader.
Secret door. Hi, Drake. Lymphaz here. Hey, buddy. A tech priest's body rests on a metal table surrounded by sparking spirals of coppered coil. A patina of sacred unguents covers his withered flesh. His augmetics have been polished with great care. Intricate electus cover the dead man's crossed arms and bare torso, and strands of wires envelop his head. Pascal respectfully bows his head before the dead man and carefully touches the shriveled body with the tip of his mechadendrite. Honored adherent, I thank you for showing us the truth of Fabricator General Pekravar's maxim. Death does not end the servants of a spirit driven. The body seems motionless, but you notice a slight tremor in the fingertips. This ancient servant of the Omnissiah must be data dreaming. His mind, enveloped in digital reverie, can persist for hundreds or thousands of years, while his frail body is decaying. The sacred state of trance is a great reward only earned by the wisest and most pious servants of the machine god. Next to the table the body is resting on, you see small amulets crafted from burned cogitator circuit boards. There is no dust on these small offerings. They were clearly left here recently. Can you hear me, Tech Priest? The vox on the ceiling comes alive and lets forth a solemn Baneric aria that turns into a crackling, somnolent voice. In this dark hour, I am ready to bring you good tidings, Tech Brethren. Now respond with the words of the second galvanic hymn. What does the star mean on your left? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see a star. You've got my little subscriber icon, the little sword, but like a star thing next, but now it's gone. Ah, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Maybe it's because you were the first person in chat. I don't know. Let us praise the twin charges, the body electric and the Omnissiah, who lights the spark of reason within us. and let us carry his charge to those who have turned their minds toward his light. The monastery is under attack. Can you help? In my data dream, I saw their unholy requests and rejected them angrily, for it is said that in the 4th Article of Security, no unbeliever's hand shall intrude upon the operations cycle. They have seditious designs on the relic. But should I give you, who does not belong to our faith and fellowship, my blessing to stand up to the blasphemers? Yeah, please. This statement is true. The 1st Article of Security says, "Fear above all evils, the defilement of knowledge," and its command outweighs the prohibition contained in the 6th Article of Security, "Let knowledge be locked away from the ignorant." So be it. In the name of shaming the unbelievers, I grant you the blessing of special access and protection from the rage of the motive force. Well, that would have been helpful at the beginning of the dungeon and not the end of the dungeon, but that's fine. Oh. Dar Impulse 6. A shortish, muscular man wearing the scarlet colors of the priesthood of Mars steps into your path. The wrinkles on his cheeks and forehead point to his propensity for frequent outbursts of fierce anger, but right now he is showing no signs of aggression. Glowing blue patterns of electric tattoos, or electoos, show through his oddly bluish-tinted skin. A tight bandage covers the man's eyes, yet he turns his face straight towards you with no hesitation. He has a sharp, screeching voice not unlike a bird's cawing. May the charge of the Omnissiah's mercy persist in the hands of the faithful. May the motive force persist in their batteries. And the Emperor protects. The Hallowed Electrodynamic Cenobium receives you, Pilgrim. I am Dar Impulse 6, a servant of the motive force, and the Praetor Electroid of this sacred monastery. Pascal bows down humbly before the man. A trill of Benaric signals comes from his vox, to which the Praetor responds with a solemn gesture of blessing. Pascal turns to you and says, "The rank of Praetor Electroid is a sign of high standing within the Electro-Priest fraternity. To have been granted an audience is a great honor." The Praetor Electroid looks at Cabela and gives a dignified nod. "You have brought an assassin. Good. She will find much work here. Are you ready for new toils, Blessed Slayer?" "Always. Can it be any other way?" And then Abelard says, "You have the honor of hosting the rogue trader of House von Valancius. I urge you to follow proper etiquette when interacting with the eminent bearer of the sacred warrant. Within these walls, worldly titles are nothing before the motive force. Your deeds, however, speak far louder than titles, for your path here is sprayed with the blood of desecrators." Dar Impulse 6, it was you, was it not, that Logus Abel came seeking an interpretation of his data trance? Yes, Tech Brother Abel arrived here to engage in a magnetic meditation that would help clarify his visions. Unfortunately, the heretic's machinations prevented us from completing the ritual. The esteemed Logus volunteered his help in defending the monastery, but contact with him was lost soon afterward. Tell me more about him. We did not speak much to each other. He preferred to devote his time to solitary reflections in his chapel. The Omnissiah has given Tech Brother Abel a gift of great insight, which allows him to discern each individual facet of existence rather than the overall view. This makes his logic different from that of other people. His mind has always been able to combine facts and conclusions into harmonious wholes that were nothing short of beautiful. Many among my flock found his sermons poetic. I have rescued him. I hope the Omnissiah preserves Tech Brother Abel's life, that he may continue to comprehend the mysteries he has tapped into. What happened here, and how did you survive? When the heretics descended in droves upon this cenobium, we gave battle. but the unholy foes buried the Omnissiah's warriors under a mass of their bodies, thus extinguishing the defenders' sparks of purity. It was then that I ordered my few surviving brethren to retreat into the monastery's secret chambers. Upon taking refuge there, we began to destroy the blasphemous intruders in surreptitious ways. Alas, as fiery as my brethren's anger was, I had no right to permit them to die in honest combat, for the task of taking back our abode still lay ahead for us. I must commend the skill with which your secret chambers are concealed, Heinrich says. You hear a tinge of wounded pride in Heinrich's words, as if he is upset about failing to discover the Electro-Priest's shelter. Your choice of tactics was wise as well. There was no point in losing more lives in the massacre that the cultists wrought. The leader of the heretics fought her way into the Ark, wherein dwells the miraculous fusion reactor. She is trying to desecrate the rite of operation with her unholy litanies so that the relic may be corrupted, and the world of Rykad Minoris may perish in a fount of fire. But my brethren, in their magnetic meditation, are hampering her efforts by chanting access request prayers in unison, thereby suppressing the commands that the blasphemers enter. This holy place will be protected against sacrilegious practices. I swear it. I was attacked by electro-priests. This is a lamentable mistake. We knew of no help that was on its way, and were not expecting to encounter any allies in the monastery's chambers. But I see that you are alive, and I mourn the senseless deaths of my brethren. I wonder if you would have so touchingly mourned the Lord Captain's death, or if such sentiments would have only been awoken by the sound of our void ship delivering a punitive strike from orbit. My enforcers and the governor's guards can help you reclaim the monastery. I cannot allow this. Lay people are forbidden from visiting the monastery, and only a select few are allowed to behold the Ark and the relic within. You and your retinue are pilgrims of a special status bestowed by the Emperor. However, should any soldier unblessed by the Omnissiah cross this monastery's threshold, I will deem them a heretic and have them put to death. Confirmed. The presence of lay people on monastery grounds without the Praetor Electroid's blessing will be regarded as a sacrilegious violation of the holy rite of operation. Heinrich opens his mouth for a second to say something, but changes his mind and quietly clears his throat instead. Alright. How can we get to the holy reactor? I'm gonna guess it's that way. The Ark is hidden from pilgrims' eyes, but considering the extraordinary circumstances of your visit to this monastery, I grant you that right. The hall that leads to the High Reliquary has been barred by the enemy, but I will open a secret path for you. Enter the Ark and experience the motive force, Pilgrim. We will pray to the security systems that they may refrain from punishing you for your intrusion. Was ist das? I'm the new top clipper right now. I don't know what that means. But I am. Let's see, where were we? I must press on, Dar Impulse 6. May the charge of the Omnissiah's grace persist in the batteries of the faithful. Got any treasure in here that you can help me out with, too? Kinda. Alright, you guys ready? It's boss fight time. If I remember correctly, this fight's fucking hard. The face of the woman who stands before you is hidden behind a grotesque barbed mask, yet the voice pouring out beneath it belongs to someone else. It is the husky, somber bass of a void wolf, a boarder of ships. How predictable your path is, how static. All the possible deaths you have skirted, only to perish here, in the fiery tempest that will mark the final dawn. You have arrived just in time, little cog, as the woman turns her mask to Pascal. The schismaticals use your regalia like a mask to subdue the reactor. A cog. I cannot comprehend why apostates try to insult me by comparing me to the sacred symbol of our faith. It is irrational. His visor lights up like a crimson herald of bloodshed, and his drilling mechadendrite whirs viciously as it readies to strike. The sacred cog grinds all corruption to dust. From the dust, I will build order. There's so much arcing electricity in that room, all of you should have your hair standing on end. That's probably true, yeah. Pascal, announce my arrival. Pascal lets out an intimidating binaric trill and announces grimly, with the Omnissiah's blessing, the rogue traitor Von Valancius has come before the miraculous fusion reactor, seeking to perform purification and eradicate the corruption. All unauthorized persons are hereby ordered to lay down their arms and humbly accept their punishment. Humility is the lot of the meek. I am a harbinger of great changes, and visions of the great cataclysms to come have incinerated what humility I had in my heart. The woman's voice breaks and shifts to a different pitch and timbre, a martyr's voice, young, fervent, and in pain. Time has all but run out. I can hear the fist of the future knocking on the door of the present. Choose quickly what you want to be when it walks in. A blind slave to what is gone? A faithful servant of what is to come? Or a corpse? I would take some time to wrest from you the details of the future that the cult prophesies. Hopefully when we're done, what's left of you will still be capable of coherent speech. What you'll be is a living torch blazing for his glory! Argenta's voice burns with pure hatred and trembles with impatience to make the promise come true. I mean, do we want... I guess we'll ask. Who are you? My name is known to you. I am Aurora, servant of Aralon the Cruel, and the spark of the final dawn that is destined to set Rykad Minoris ablaze. A great path for one who was born into the Imperium's bondage but shunned her predestination in favor of the changes promised by the edge of daybreak. Is that your unholy patron, the edge of daybreak? Our teacher, our savior, our merciful God, born in the immaterium out of the woes of those laboring under a legacy of ignorance and servitude. You cannot see the woman's face behind her mask, but judging by her tone of malicious triumph, you could swear she's smiling. And he remembers you, Ethel von Valancius. The silly savior fantasy you have been acting out amuses the true masters of these people's fates. Whose servant are you? Is Aralon a demon, or just another heretic? Finny, with a hydrate. Resounding laughter comes from behind the mask. Your flippancy is so amusing. Why, you have no inkling of the chasm that separates us. He is a prophet who foresaw our impending doom, and who graciously bestowed upon us the right to choose a different path. He is a shard of ancient wisdom from a time before we were slaves to our bitter predestination. Rogue traitor, I can't wait to close this creature's mouth with the seal of death. Or are you saving this glorious deed for yourself? What is this final dawn, Aurora? It's all your followers ever talk about. Salvation from a death whose name is yet unknown, but whose approach is sensed by many. Soon it will claim every inhabitant of the Coronis expanse. Do you think anyone will come to our aid when cataclysms shake our homes and planet-wide genocides are unleashed? Will the Emperor help? Or the idol of iron they call the Omnissiah? No. We will die alone and abandoned. Only one deity is promising salvation. The Edge of Daybreak. Mercy and salvation will come to all who believe in him and purify their souls in the light of the final dawn. Looks really nice with all the details and story building. You talking about this cult? Or are you just talking about the game? Why are you blinding people? Do you think they're blind? The game, don't worry. Hey man, no judgment. Like, why not both? Exactly. Yeah. That's how cults get you, you know? Their message seems pretty cool. Till all of a sudden it's not. Do you think they are blind? They see far more than you do. Through reflections and mirrors blessed by the energies of the Immaterium, the Edge of Daybreak reveals to them visions of true existence and gives them glimpses of what is to come. The eyes lie. Our erstwhile masters have taught them to see only what is consistent with the lies they tell. The gift we give is that of true sight. The woman takes a glass prism out of the folds of her clothes and looks at you through it with a mocking chuckle. The prism's bluish-pink sheen imprints itself on your retinas, as though it has been burned into them. Guess what I see when I look at you? I bet they have a nice 401k. Cabela says, your own death. You just haven't recognized it yet. Remember its face. What servitude do you speak of? What predestination? Everyone born in the Imperium has a predestination. The soldier, the commoner, the administratum official, the technomat, the void rat. All are consigned to serve the Golden Throne and then dying a grim death for its glory. The Imperium never thinks twice about treating people as exploitable and expendable. After all, they are the most easily replenished of all resources. Even your path is predestined, rogue traitor. You will inevitably perish on your quest to expand humanity's domain, and your end will be particularly grim and ghastly. The fruits of your efforts will be enjoyed by others, the eternal aristocrats who dwell on Mars, Terra, and other safe worlds. Could it be a grim, dark fate? I agree, Vinny. They insist that it is the natural order of things, but that is a lie. It is an order that benefits them. That's enough heresy. I will rid my Rykad Minoris of your tyranny. Oh, he chose... Whoops, I misclicked. What did I say? In the name of the God Emperor, die, foul creature. That's fine. The electro-priests rip their hands off the command panels, rending their flesh on the stakes that pierce them. As their schismatical controlled bodies are imbued with the motive force's radiance, all the unfortunates can do is scream in horror and plead for a swift death. Aurora begins muttering an unholy litany in broken Gothic. You cannot make out her blasphemous words, but the name the heretic keeps repeating, the Edge of Daybreak, digs into your hearing like a blade into defenseless flesh. Its sound is almost physically painful. It spawns strange and impossible phantoms in your mind. However, you manage to muster your strength and banish it from your mind.
Grovel before the faithful! Your emperor won't save you!
She's in like a bubble now. I do like that they let you set up your battlefield before you start, unless you're ambushed, which, like, all of that makes sense, you know. It's a nice touch, I guess. We don't want to switch to the staff just yet. Let's see. You be on fire, Mr. Electro Priest, and then Abelard.
Rejoice in service.
You start killing bitches.
At your beck and call.
I am the chosen weapon that will crush the heathens!
I need a foothold.
Victory is imminent.
Okay, let's see. What's Cabela got
A
going on?
dance of blades and shadows. I shall not. Trust me. Ha!
Nice. One down.
As the tenants, death is a blessing.
Two down. Ow.
Offering of blood.
Argenta, use your big ass gun, please.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith with none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Do you have to beat the boss in 2 turns? The more you kill, the more rounds you get. Yes and no. So these guys specifically, these Electro Priests, the more of them I kill, the more rounds I have to finish the whole thing. So there's, I think, 4 of them all told. That are left. 2, 3, and then there's 5. So 4 and then 5. This 5th guy over here. Not only that, but the more of those guys we kill, the smaller that her protective bubble gets, and then we can go up and beat the hell out of Aurora. But if I hadn't been able to kill an Electro Priest at all, like I killed this guy, right? This one over here, and that gave me another round. If I hadn't been able to do that, then yeah, I would have only had 2 rounds to do the thing. It can get kind of messy.
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. This is why I was chosen.
Shot that guy.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Nice.
I will not.
Keep missing him, though. He's just a little too far away.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. This is unacceptable.
So many shots, though. Okay, Pascal, you've got so much room to maneuver. Let's see here.
Request approved. My vow.
Oh, he missed with a 75. Pascal, my guy.
Indeed.
Okay, let's slash it up. Shaw.
Let's That's not the Seneschal's job. At your beck and call. It will. I took care of this one.
Ooh, he crit. Kill that guy. Sick. Grr, arg.
But of course, Lord Captain, I won't object to it. Not sanctioned to do this.
Haha. The guy tried to move, and then both me and Heinrich stabbed him with our swords. I think that guy just killed his own buddy. That was funny. Let's see. Could I see this tech priest? I can. Be on fire, please. Heinrichs,
So shall it be done.
you can do stuff this time. Let's go with Iron Arms on Abelard, and then we'll use Purge Soul on... this guy.
I won't object. I feel the power surging.
And now he's got his heroic axe, so we could just, well, actually, let's go here.
The Emperor is on our side.
And then we will charge into this guy. So we could smack this guy. And then Purge Soul this guy and kill him. Boom! What a round! Good job, Heinrichs.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Death comes in silence, as honor ordains.
We'll start stacking up some Blood Blessed.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Doubt is for the weak.
Let's Revel in Slaughter.
I'll do it.
Increase that.
As the
Increase
Emperor
that.
commands, I act. I'll
Run
do
and
it.
gun so we can shoot at least once. Never mind. Can I shoot with one of these? I can. There we go. Bolt pistol for the
Doubt
win.
is for the weak.
Never mind.
I'll do it.
Aim for the heart next time.
These guys can barely hurt me at all because we have this right here. Blessing of Special Access. 50% armor against shock damage. We might take 1 damage from a shock attack from these guys. Maybe.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. Running binary light. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Smack him, Pascal. Boom. Abelard.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Let's get you all the way up
I
here,
will
buddy.
do my duty. It will be reduced to dust.
Hell yeah. Screw those chaff guys. Heinrichs. Let's give yourself the Iron Arms.
I won't object to it. Naturally. I won't do that. More trouble than it's worth.
Damn it, Heinrichs. I just don't think I know how that ability works, I think. Still said you can't romance Abelard? Yeah, me too. But I enjoy the, like... I think they still give you a lot of decent, like, intimate, I think, is a little too strong of a word, but like you could still become very close with Abelard. You know, he becomes like a father figure a little bit. A trusted mentor, you know. At least he doesn't just like fucking die like Obi-Wan Kenobi after barely teaching you anything, you know? Or Duncan from Dragon Age. I mean, if he can't be my daddy, he can be my dad. Hilarious, but true.
Rejoice in service.
I missed. Oh no, I didn't. I got him. Nice.
I will leave
That
footprints of
like
stone.
soundbite that keeps playing in the background. I can't unhear it. It sounds like it's saying April Fools in like a weird gravelly robot voice. I can't unhear it. See, this is Cabela's problem. She needs like 1 to 2 more cells of movement. Great, that guy turned into a Chaos Spawn. That's perfect. Argenta, it's a good thing you got a big feckin' gun.
Faith without virtue.
Damn! What the heck is that thing? A Chaos Spawn! When the ruinous powers, the gods of chaos in Warhammer, are entreated by their mortal servants for boons and power and things, most of the time what happens is the chaos gods go, no, I don't like you, and turn them into a grotesque monstrosity like this. Sometimes that's the point, and I think that part's weird.
Approved. My vow is to serve.
Looks like a Zinch special. They have 2 or 3 different Chaos Spawn designs. They basically copied the, like, Chaos Spawn box, like the miniatures box. Comes with 3 of them, I think. And they basically just copied the, like, standard Chaos Spawn designs. So it's just kind of random what they turn into. But this is, like, one of the, like, out-of-the-box models that you could get if you were going to play a Chaos Army. It is very Zinch-y, don't get me wrong. You're not wrong. But I don't think it's, like, Zinch specifically, I guess, is all I'm getting at. Because, spoiler alert, this whole story involves Zinch very heavily. Weird, right? No suitable path to target.
Follow my lead.
That's what I say when the road's closed and I can't get to target down the road. That's not true. I don't go to target basically ever. Smack him with a hammer, Abelard. Bam! You don't say.
Get me a target.
Can I? No, I can't. but I can do this.
Be gone.
We do not need a second chaos spawn.
But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it.
By the light of holy terror.
Your end is nigh. I won't suffer this.
Bullshit, no line of sight. Heinrichs, have an extra turn.
Prophesied in the will of the righteous.
Kill that guy for me.
I need a foothold. Let's see to it. Your reckoning is due.
Thank you, Heinrichs. Why does the face of Heinrichs look so symmetrical? He's designed to be perfect. He's supposed to be symmetrical. I guess I shouldn't say that. He is a biomancer, so he has like telepathic control over his own body and can make himself look like whatever he wants, right? So I don't know for sure if he is supposed to be, you know, like perfect, the ideal human specimen or whatever, but should he choose to do that, he absolutely could. I guess that's just my headcanon, I suppose, is that he makes himself very symmetrical and, like, aesthetically pleasing to look at just because of his job. Not with that forehead, he isn't. I think Heinrichs is fine. Maybe that's just because I have a big forehead like that, too.
For the throne's glory.
Actions will speak louder than words.
Yes, they will.
It will be done.
I don't like his vibe. Well, to be fair, he's an inquisitorial agent, so like
Victory is imminent.
you're pretty safe in not liking his vibe. he does interrogate and torture people for a living. Okay, keep it la.
The shadows, let your soul be heard.
Him and his MCR hair.
I shall. My blade whispers your name.
Chaos Spawn's almost dead. When has the Inquisition done anything against the vibe? Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Never been against the vibe has the Inquisition been.
The other side awaits.
Good! Chaos Spawn died.
Lord Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Means we can use Argenta to just fucking blast him. I guess blast this guy. Screw this guy in particular. That was awesome. I honestly forgot that guy was there.
The Omnissiah knows all.
Never, I say, as not a heretic. Is there a Catan in the room with you? I saw giant phantom hands. No. So this bar here on this side is my veil degradation, which the more psychic shit that goes on in the battle, the higher veil degradation gets, and the higher veil degradation gets, the more crazy warp fuckery starts to happen. So like all these ghosty boys that are just kind of like around shouldn't be here. If you're seeing things float around like hands and shadows and stuff, that's part of it. There's other shit that'll happen. You know, obviously you can trigger like perils, right? Like now, especially now that Veil Degradation has hit like the limit, if I use another psychic power with Heinrichs or my my Inquisitor, who's also a psyker, they have a greater chance of, you know, rolling zeros and getting messed up. Warp Storm. I think the worst thing that happens is they just die, right? Like you just lose all your HP at that point. But you can definitely summon demons. That's a thing that can happen. You could just like pop a fucking pink horror or a chaos spawn or something into the battlefield that wasn't there before. I've had bloodletters before. Like it summons a bloodletter of Khorne and just decimates my entire battle. The most common things that'll happen is like they just get like stunned for the next turn or whatever. But it's bad. First thing that happens is they die. Oh, is that all? Alright, Abelard.
A tactically sound approach.
It's all echoey and stuff. Like you can...
It will be done.
That's all because of the warp phenomena. That was a good crit. Can we charge in with Heinrichs as well?
The Emperor is on our side. I won't object to it. I'm done with this one.
Yes, we can.
But of course, Lord Captain. Naturally.
One fewer target.
Wasn't that everybody? Hold on. Oh, that's the last guy. Okay. Somebody who can actually see him do something, please. Kibella can't get close enough. This'll work.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Boom! First shot! Is that the, like, baby shark do-do-do-do-do? Aurora, enough! Now an aged, rattling voice speaks to you from behind the blood-stained mask. You are powerless to halt the approach of what is to come. I see a crimson trail leading humanity to its doom. I see the glow of the final dawn, and that means existence has made its choice. Now you will see it too. A dagger flashes in Aurora's hand. She drives it into the control panel with all her strength. A blinding voltaic arc bursts forth from the broken control panel and strikes at Aurora's uncanny mask. Its metal heats up. Smoke billows through the bars. With a howl, the cultist collapses. The light is gone. Was that it? The final dawn? But why was it so different from what our teacher promised? You will pay for this! Aurora shakes her head blindly. Her voice is now the voice of an ordinary middle-aged woman, frightened and in pain. The woman's body goes limp and collapses to the floor. Her iron mask hits the ground with a dull thud. Pascal examines the corpse with contempt, then concludes dryly, confirming purgation and termination. Heinrichs grimaces in disgust. The heretic took her secrets with her. Pity. I said phenomena and the Muppets live rent-free in your head. Fair enough. A minute, please, Ethel. I need no more than a minute. Let's watch Heinrichs. He efficiently searches Aurora's corpse as if he is looking for something specific. After checking every belt and pouch, he straightens up with an annoyed sigh. Glances at the mangled cogitator and walks toward it with a resolute stride. I've found what I've been looking for. Heinrichs takes this strange shard out of the control panel and studies it for a few seconds. Curious. Heinrichs stows the corrupted object away and turns to you. Rogue Trader, on behalf of the Holy Ordos, I thank you for your cooperation and release you from requisition. From this moment on, I am at your service. I am ready to come aboard your ship and head for Footfall as soon as you deem it possible. That is, if you do not have other business in this system, in which case I am prepared to assist you in its prompt resolution. Let's see what Aurora looked like. The iron helmet is firmly attached to the heretic's flesh. Her face is impossible to make out in the darkness behind the bars of her mask, but after peering at it for a little longer than necessary, you wonder if for a moment you saw something move. Let's finish cleansing the temple, Pascal. Executing. Let the Omnissiah given motive force flow, and all obstacles in its path be eradicated. Jacob Lyon on YouTube. Hello.
The Emperor sets my path.
The miraculous fusion reactor. Planetarium, you're on the purple app, and it looks like they are on the other one, the red one, which is totally fine. But they may not be able to see your messages, is all I'm saying. Let's see. We need to loot some corpses. Someone please go do that. Junk. Oop, oop. Hawkwards with the hydrate. Boy, Argenta did some work with that autocannon this fight. Tearing people's limbs off and shit. Like, holy cow. And then all that's left is Aurora.
What is it, rogue trader?
Blasphemous Prism. A glass prism crafted by the cultists of the Final Dawn. It belonged to their leader, Aurora. If you look through it long enough, your vision begins to deceive your mind, showing what could be instead of what is. And Avenger Gauntlets. All attacks of opportunity deal an additional +4 damage. That's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. Alright, I think that's it. Now, tally-ho, everyone.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Onward and upward. Uh, 2 seconds. Firstly, we're going to save the game. Can I rename this, please? I would like to rename it. Apparently not. That's fine. And secondly, my overlay is still... Yep. That's weird. The message doesn't go away. And it's also very small. I'll have to mess with that. Oh well. Dar Impulse 6. The Hallowed Electrodynamic Cenobium greets its savior. You're welcome, dude.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
All I would like now is to go back to my void ship, please. One of the other cool things that we've done in Rogue Trader since the last time I've played is drops are enabled if you are on Twitch. And if you have this game on Steam, on computer, I don't know if it's Steam exclusive, but if you're watching and you watch for long enough, you'll get the drops and we can have some cool stuff. Which I am going to go pick up here in just a minute on the Void Ship. Because I did it myself. Got all the Twitch drops. Oh, that's nice. That's actually a good tip. I didn't know how to do that. Right-clicking on the result of a roll in the combat log will display how that roll was achieved. I wonder how you do that with a controller. Just hover over it, probably. Won't let me have them on console, which sucks. Yeah, it's just a limitation of the, like...
Rogue Trader.
The way the program works, I think.
Brusque at our first meeting, and I would like
because
to
it's
make
not
a
just this game
expressing
that's,
my
like,
thanks for your
PC
assistance in
only
the
with that.
Electrodynamic Cenobium. Your arrival could not have come at a better time.
You're welcome, Heinrichs.
Thanks to you, I have succeeded in finding the object that brought me to this system in the first place. Now that the weapon of corruption has been seized from the cult, I can satisfy the Lord Inquisitor's wish and travel with you to Footfall, once you have finished your business on Rykad.
Which I believe is basically done.
There is one more thing. The Lord Inquisitor gave me this item some time ago. He must have thought it likely that I would find myself aboard this vessel sooner than he. I was instructed to deliver this device to Lady Theodora. However, given recent events, I believe I ought to present it to you. This is an elucidator, a sacred machine capable of translating the languages of remote and lost worlds into Low Gothic. It can even process Xenos languages to a certain degree. Not without infelicities, but possibly well.
No, but Destiny has it enabled, so we're salty about it. That's fair. That's totally fair. I also wish that it was more all-inclusive, but... To be completely honest, I think Owlcat might be an independent... Like, this might be technically an indie game. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't feel like it, and the budget was probably a lot bigger than most indie games, but sort of how, like, Baldur's Gate 3 is technically an indie game. I think Rogue Trader is also sort of in that category, where it was sort of like self-made and self-published, I believe. So, like, that might play a part in it, you know? They just don't have the funding to either be able to pay for, like, server space or something that they might need for that kind of thing, or, you know, something like that. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be salty about it, because I think you have every right to be salty about it. I just wish it was... I would be happier being salty about it if it wasn't, like, a pretty reasonable, explainable thing. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's got a pretty good reason that they can't do the console stuff. But, again, maybe I'm wrong. It's not like I've, you know, done any, like, massive research on the topic or anything, but... I don't know. Where are we at? He was telling us about the Elucidator. Just grousing. I like free stuff and I cannot lie. Yeah, no, like, I also, yeah, I'm with you. Again, I don't think that you're, like, wrong to be a little annoyed, salty about it. I think that's perfectly understandable reaction. You know? Like, we're slowly approaching the point where consoles are just PCs in a different format, you know? But I also can't reasonably be like, just play on PC, you know, because that costs money that people don't necessarily have. Just because I have a really nice, you know, tower PC that I've built up over the last few years doesn't mean that everybody can do that. I think we're going to ask him if it's a tracking device.
Certainly not. The Elucidator is such a rare and complex creation of the Omnissiah that neither I nor any of my colleagues would dream of compromising its integrity. If you wish, have your tech priests confirm that there are no listening devices inside.
Knowing what I know about 40K, this is probably true. Heinrichs cut you a glance, one which you suddenly realize is charged with a strange, almost personal interest, before deferentially averting his gaze.
Apologies in advance if I unknowingly violate the protocol for conversing with someone of your elevated status. I think a slip in composure is to be expected when one is hosted personally in the Lord Captain's study.
I think he was checking us out. He wants your booty, Ethel. What do you plan to do now,
I would like to
Heinrichs?
offer my assistance in resolving your immediate problems. I am aware that the ship suffered considerable losses during the recent mutiny and was damaged by the cultists' actions, and you have lost many valuable officers as well. You are in a difficult situation. I am at your disposal.
I'll give you something to dispose of. What do you think will become of the electrodynamic cenobium?
It all depends on the electro priests who survived the attack. Fortunately for them, the cultists did not manage to seriously corrupt the holy site, partly thanks to the priesthood's efforts. Nevertheless, I would not be surprised if the local explorator fleet decides to audit and purge the damaged units once it hears about what has happened.
I don't want to tell him that, having conversations with him disconcerts us, because A, that's not true, personally, and B, if he was trying to, check us out and it was being a little flirty, right? He was like, man, she's kind of pretty. Then, this just seems like a weird... This seems like a shut it down argument, you know what I mean? Conversing with you is no less disconcerting for me, Master Van Calix. And, yeah, he's an Imperial interrogator. That's not... I don't want to be in that position to be having a conversation with that guy at all, either. But, are you trying to smash? Well, I guess that's what I'm asking you guys. Should I click the dialogue just to see if it is the, flirty option? Or should I skip it because just the way it's worded to me seems like it's very definitely not the flirty option, you know? Should I just return to my duties, or should we talk to him about being awkward? One or four, I guess. We'll wait for the ad break too. We're contemplating whether to... Okay, that's what I figured Limfao was waiting on, was option one. Vinny, what do you think? Planetary carpet? Do you have anything? Anything to weigh in on, I guess? Anybody else? All right, well, number one it is then.
After serving in the Holy Ordos all these years, I'm used to people being wary of me.
Don't want me to get inquisitioned. That is fair. I appreciate that. Ooh, see? Alright, so that wasn't necessarily the flirty option, but this one definitely is. You misunderstand me. I am not unnerved by your status, but by you, personally. Or we can be mad at him. Or we could just commiserate. Be like, well, can't blame him, can you? Are we trying to smash? Heinrich's is a romance option. You don't really get to smash anybody in this game. Like, that's not really how the romance works. But yeah, I do kind of like that. It's kind of a funny line. Like, it does kind of seem like this is a very, like, I am above everyone in station most of the time, but you unnerve me. You know what I mean? Like, this does kind of seem like how a rogue trader would flirt.
You have no reason to be.
This game is not written by a woman. Probably not. But, to be fair, most of Warhammer is like that. Not that that makes it better. They just, like, they specifically don't just, like, do sex scenes and stuff, you know? As far as I know, there aren't any in the game at all. The romance, like, they shouldn't really be called romance options, you know? They should be called courtship options. Because that's closer to what it seems to me anyway that you do, right? It's not like I've never finished this game. So I don't honestly know what the whole romance arc looks like myself, personally, but just based on the little bit of, like, research and wiki perusing that I have done for Rogue Trader, and then what little of the romances that I have experienced, Cassia, for one, it's very much more like courtship. You can have romance without sex. Yeah, I know. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not trying to say that, like, they're doing anything wrong. It's just a lot different than most RPG games, especially nowadays, right? Like, a lot of the time they have the deed, and that's maybe not a big part, but definitely a part of the romance, right? I think Cassia's romance is really nice. That's the one that I've done the most. Um, and it's very much like she really wants you to just be like a chivalrous noble guy, like a Victorian gentleman, you know, or an actual knight in shining armor. And, like, there's actually a book that I think we did pick up, that you pick up on the station where you recruit her, that basically just tells you all of the shit that you need to do to romance her. And it's just like, you know, open the door for her, but don't look her in the eye unless she asks you to, and, like, you know, don't be too forward, don't, you know, the, like, very flirty intimate stuff is for behind closed doors, that kind of thing. Not every game has to be a Gooner game. That's what fanfics are for. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I honestly, I think I think that's a strength of Rogue Trader, is that they didn't go that way, you know? That they purposefully tried to fit it much more into the lore than just trying to, like, ham fist, you know, romance arcs into half the companions or whatever. And just be like, this one wants to have sex with you. Go. There you go. And that's the romance. You know what I mean? Because I've definitely experienced some romance options in games, RPGs especially, that are like that, you know? Ooh, we could have him devote more time to our visit.
There is no need. Under different circumstances, I would welcome the chance to speak with you at greater length, but your subjects await. Thank you for your time. Please consider me at your complete disposal while I am aboard your vessel.
There's some where if you're nice to the companions at all, though, they're launching themselves at you. Yeah, exactly. That's like Baldur's Gate 3 has that problem, right? Where, like, depending on how you do certain things in the first act, it just kind of seems like every single one of the companions just wants to jump your bones immediately, and you're still basically strangers at that point, you know? And, like, yeah, that happens. You know, shit definitely can go down like that, but I don't know. It's just nice to see less overtly sexual romances in RPGs, I suppose. Like, this game's got a lot of variety, and literally none of it comes close to the mainstream, you know, what you would think of as a romance storyline. Lae'zel's still a problem, but they toned Gale down. Well, that's good, because Gale used to jump me all the time, just like, you know, the first night of camp. So did Lae'zel, but I wanted that to happen. Bazel, my beloved. Indeed. So mad that I'm not going to FanX. I can't meet Devora Wild. She'd be super cool to meet, I think. All of them would be. We get contacted by Voxmaster Vigdis. Congratulations on the victory, your ladyship. The entire vessel was impatiently awaiting the news of your expedition's success. The rumors about you are not simply saving the Tech Priest's monastery, but actually eliminating the source of the mutiny are spreading like wildfire. The Vox transmissions from across the world speak of nothing else. She was nice. You have a picture of her. Jealous as fuck right now. Governor Medina is expecting you at his command center to discuss matters. We are ready to depart immediately. Just give the order. Cool. Alright, so some clerical shit to get done first. This is our reward chest. These are the drop stuff that you get. So, firstly, you get a couple of consumables. There's this grenade, the Mind Twitch grenade. You get 5 of them. I don't know if you can get them anywhere else in the game, like if this is just a consumable that is in the game that they've just given you more of, you know? Or if these are the only 5 you ever have, right? I haven't gotten far enough in the game to know that. I don't know. And I haven't looked it up. But these, you throw them and it turns a bad guy into an enemy for a single turn. You give them an extra turn and they shoot their own buddy and then they're like, wait, what did I just do? That you also get the Arbite's handcuffs, which these seem like they should be more in the game. Just based off of the fact that there's a whole DLC devoted to the Arbite's. So feels like we should be able to get more of the Arbite's handcuffs, which just lock down a guy for a whole round. They inflict cannot attack on an adjacent enemy. So these are pretty cool, but I haven't used them. I usually just put these in my little vault, right? Then you get this Vox Skull, which every time you click on it, it plays a soundbite. That's all he does. You and Mac have a picture with Neil Newbin too? God damn it. You guys suck. Ah! Okay. So this item is literally useless beyond doing that exact thing right there that I was showing you. The composite gloves are pretty okay. They're very much RBT's focused. Linfast says, my darling husband is playing a Ventru in Vampire the Masquerade, and first time they used their command ability, they told the cultist to turn your friend into fertilizer. Yeah, yep. That's kind of the way it is. Yeah, you throw this grenade, and they're like, I'm going to shoot you, my best friend in the world, right in the face. And then they're like, why did I shoot my best friend in the world in the face? Yeah, these two items, I believe, and then these two items here were the Twitch drops from when they first released the RBT's DLC. So these gloves are very much for an arbitrator character, whether that's your own rogue trader or Solomorn, the companion guy, because it's shield equipped extra block stuff. And then the whistle does nothing except for if you have Solomorn with Glato, the companion, or if you or one of the companions picks the Overseer archetype, that gives you a pet, like a familiar, and then using the whistle makes them just like do a little dance. They like programmed a little like trick that each of them does. It's cute, but does nothing. Like effectively, not doesn't do anything at all. This Tesseract Labyrinth, I believe, is new for the newest DLC that just came out because it's all about like the Necrons and stuff. +3 intelligence is a decent small upgrade for the beginning of the game, but isn't really gonna do too much for you. And then this helmet item, the Zero Sum Lens, I'm not sure which part of the drops it came from, but you get a 9% chance to reduce any incoming damage to nothing. And that's, again, fine for like the early game, because it could be super clutch, right? But 9% is not a lot. These two items I think are much better. The Architectonics of the Flesh, annotated by Genitor Extremis EF. The wearer gains +5 tech use, +5 Lord Xenos, and +5 Medicaid. This is a pretty decent trinket to equip, especially for somebody like Argenta, who is like kind of our healer a little bit. Just gives a pretty all-around nice buff to some stuff, right? +5 Medicaid, +5 tech use. Both of those are pretty useful. +5 Xenos lore, maybe not so much, but still. Not a bad upgrade. And then the ring here, the ancient ring of the Von Valancius dynasty, basically shoots an arc rifle shot once per combat. It's kind of like the other one that Cabela has on right now. No, she doesn't. My character does. Yeah, the needle ring, which fires a toxic needle. It's kind of the same thing. It's just a once per combat, like, ranged option. I think the electric discharge is a little bit better than the toxic needle, but that's just me. And then now Cabela can have this. I think I did this with like most of my other characters that I've got going on in the background right now. Gave Cabela the needle ring because she doesn't have a ranged option, so it's kind of nice to give her a ranged option. And then the rest of this stuff, like the helmet we might use on somebody, maybe. Probably not, though. Everybody's got something pretty good going on. Yeah, I don't think we will. So I think all this stuff's probably going to go in the vault. The Tesseract Labyrinth we might use, because like Pascal doesn't have a necklace slot right now. So if you're on console and can't get the drops, just know that you're not missing too much. Ah! Every time. I think we need to keep some of this stuff on us, just in case. Not all of it, obviously, but this is it. This is the book that you get. All of these lessons come up at some point in dialogue with Cassia, and if you pick the right option that like aligns with the lesson, that's like the one that she loves the most. Makes her real happy with you. I think we need to keep that stuff on us just for like RP reasons. I think. Okay, now we need to level up, everybody. Oh, it's our final archetype level. So we get another bonus to our heroic ability. So right now, target a finest hour gains an extra turn, and during that extra turn they deal 12% extra damage, and the effective voice command, which can proc some of our other bonuses and stuff, right? I think we also want to give them ability cost decreases. That way, just in case, like that last fight, if we choose somebody like Heinrichs again, all of his extra buffing bullshit doesn't just cost him his entire extra turn. For Pascal's dismantling attack, which I'm hoping to use mostly in melee, I think we're going to do the... Actually, no, I think we'll do this one. Until the operative's next turn, the target cannot move until the end of combat. Their MP is reduced by 3. Just in case. Because that way, if we use it on like a boss or something that has a shitload of HP, it won't just like dodge around us all. Abelard. I think we'll make him priority target for his Daring Breach heroic action, which gives him extra parry and deflection, which is just damage mitigation. So he will just like super tank, which is kind of what we're having him do for us anyway. I think with Firearm Mastery, we're going to go with the rate of fire increase, because that's what we've been buffing up on Argenta this whole time to make sure that her super volleys are very damaging, have a lot of fire rate. As for Heinrichs, his Daring Breach, he already deals extra damage, which is good. I think we're going to give him... Ooh, I think we'll go with this one, actually. I was going to say maybe an extra 4 movement points might be okay, but I think no attacks of opportunity, being able to charge through a bunch of stuff, and getting him like way into the thick of it might be better. Death Waltz. Oh, we want to just be jumping around. Faux show. I don't give a shit about Adira. She's also got 2 levels. We'll do the crippling effect with her. And then with Cassia, I think her finest hour, we're going to make it more of a healing based thing, because that's kind of what we've spec'd her into, is a bit of a healer. A lot of temporary wounds and things. So we'll just keep that going. An extra 12 temporary wounds by targeting them with that. That's pretty good. Not so bad. Okay. Do I have any other items? I don't give a shit about you. Or the power maul, really. Or the plasma pistol. No, we're gonna get rid of the arc rifle as well. I think we're gonna get rid of this foam hammer. I don't think anybody wants it. Abby Abelard. You wanna see his dumbass hat? Every time somebody's got this silly hat on, it's really good, right? But it's also very 40k. But every time somebody's got this hat on, it reminds me of Star Wars Episode 1, Phantom Menace, where Anakin's doing the pod race. It looks like he looks like Anakin with his pod racing helmet on. Now this is pod racing. We could also take off his, like, spiked leather jacket, I guess. He could just be wearing his good coat. Love a man with a chainsword. Hell yeah. It's a pretty nifty looking chainsword, too. The Wrath of St. Drusus. It's pretty cool. Just take it all off. I did. This is as naked as I can make him. I can get naked, though. Watch this, though. It's bath time! Don't look, Ethel. The soothing water caresses your senses, and your grateful muscles welcome the chance to rest. A pleasant languor spreads through your body as you allow yourself a moment of quiet relaxation. Let's relax and close our eyes. The tension slowly retreats as you bring yourself to complete stillness. Joint by joint, muscle by muscle, pore by pore. Before long, you have surrendered the bastion of your body to the bliss of oblivion. Troubles, worries, loss, such things do not belong in this newly established dominion of tranquility. There are only the infinite waters of weightlessness, in which, stripped of all things superficial, the mind of Ethel von Valancius drifts in silent bliss. You are drowning in the bath. It is a conscious mind. What fills this consciousness? So in the bath, we get another dogmatic iconoclast heretical choice. Ethel's our iconoclast, so thoughts of those who keep her afloat in these waters, who will drown, and who will she manage to pull to the surface? The fact you can take a bath and fucking introspect is so goddamn funny. Oh, don't you worry, we'll get there. The strands of fate are fragile, yet woven together they are strong. Not everyone is destined to see this voyage through to its end, but no one will be forgotten. This moment of serenity soon fades. The body reclaims the mind, binding it once more to the familiar shell of flesh, sinew, and bone. Honestly, I love it. How Civil War General of you. Yeah, this is like this is our version of the Geralt of Rivia in the tub scene, you know what I mean? Just a bit of introspection. However, we can also ask our door guards if they want to join us. Where's your stuffed unicorn? Yeah, no kidding, right? I don't have one. All I've got are these, like, dudes attending to me. My dearest Hannah, this morning finds me racked with the fiery pangs of your absence. Yes, it is very... Yeah, I see what you mean by Civil War General. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, so we can ask the door guards to get in here. We can also invite someone from our retinue to the bath. The Master of Ablution says, which of them would you like me to summon, your ladyship? Abelard, I simply cannot bathe without my loyal seneschal. Okay, you try to get with, actually. I mean, I don't think we're trying to get with anybody. I just think that these scenes are funny. I've never done Abelards, specifically because I knew that you guys were going to want to see it, and I wanted to react in real time with you guys as well. So, send it. Well, hold on now. We got an ad break going. We should probably wait for the ad break to go, you know? But I think it's funny. Especially because it's... I simply cannot bathe without my loyal seneschal. Like, what's that even supposed to mean? I have done Argentas. When you invite Argenta in, she thinks that you're, like, training. And she thinks that you wanted her to come, like, hang out so that she could teach you how to do, like, anti-waterboarding torture training. He's not going to get in there with us? Yeah, I don't think so either. I love that. Yes, queen. Yeah, it's so funny. She's, like, totally oblivious. You're like, Argenta, it's nice to see you. Would you like to... And then she cuts you off. She's like, are you doing water training? Oh my god, I have so many good techniques. We got 10 seconds left on the ad break, and then I'll do the thing. I think I've done Kibella as well, and she literally just talks about the tenets of the web. Just like standing right here in front of you. Okay, ad break done. Let's do it. Get me Abelard. At once. Abelard claps his hands together in a business-like manner, and there's an ominous glint in his unaugmented eye. Lord Captain, what a fortunate rarity to find you at leisure. Since you have nothing else to occupy your time, I will give you a lecture on the history of House von Valancius. I would not be doing my duty if I did not start from the beginning. I no longer wish to live. Give me Pascal. So Abelard comes in and he's like, oh, you've got free time? Let me tell you. Let me tell you a story. Enlighten me, Abelard. Abelard clears his throat and looks smug. As I was saying, we shall begin with the origins of your noble lineage. Abelard provides you with a daunting amount of information, but you still learn quite a bit about your dynastic history, whether you want to or not. Abelard's mustache twitches as he purses his lips in evident satisfaction. That is enough for today, your ladyship. Permit me to leave you while you contemplate what you've learned. Yes, tell me everything. Me kicking my feet with my chin in my hands. Tell me more! Tell me more! Anything you want to say, Abelard. Anything you want to say. Okay, now we'll get the enforcers in here. And we'll do a stretch break right after that, okay? Enforcer Brand says, do you mean us, your ladyship? There's no need to be shy. Relax with me for a moment. We are hot for teacher. Orders received, your ladyship. We will commence relaxation immediately. It's true. The enforcers are lean and muscular. They sit down awkwardly in the bathtub, clearly fighting the urge to stand at attention. Enforcer Nima, what would you like to talk about, your ladyship? We await your orders. Commence relaxation, yeah. Tell me about yourselves. Do you have any other responsibilities besides guarding my chambers? For hundreds of years, our clan has been responsible for ensuring the rogue trader's safety during times of leisure and relaxation. I guard the bath chamber just as my grandmother did before me. She trained me herself and instructed me in my duties. This bath chamber can be more dangerous than a battlefield sometimes. You could slip on a wet tile, you could choke and drown. If the water's too hot, you can burn yourself, and if it's too cold, you can freeze. There have even been cases where angry machine spirits have released sparks of their fury into the water. And of course, there have been numerous assassination attempts, and Enforcer Bran stops her abruptly as he loudly clears his throat. I am afraid to take a bath now, thanks to you. It is reassuring to know my enforcers are prepared for anything. What do you do in your free time? When we're off duty, we train, maintain our equipment, and pray at regulation-improved intervals. If we do have some time to ourselves, we might play some Tantalo. And Bran over here carves things out of soap scraps. Though for the most part, we barely get enough time for rest, let alone for leisure. I demand a demonstration, Bran. The enforcer looks slightly flustered, but he quickly gets to work. After a little while, he presents you with a bust of the Emperor, about half the size of your palm. The Emperor's visage has been recreated with incredible precision and attention to detail. The small carving surpasses the work of many a skilled sculptor. I will have it placed in my study. And Enforcer Brand says, I am not worthy of such an honor. Thank you, your ladyship. And his eyes shine with pride. Alright. I'm going to throw up my BRB screen for just a second. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and we will finish our conversation with these fascinating guardsmen. I agree, Hawkwords. I agree wholeheartedly. And like I said, in the Purple App chat, this game I think does a really good job of showing that 40K is a satire. You know, like it's absurd and like super authoritarian and fascist and stuff, but that's on purpose because it's supposed to be like, look at all of this crazy excess and like just the weight of bureaucracy and authoritarianism that could be, right? Like that guy's grandchildren's grandchildren will be talking about how their ancestors' soap carving made it onto the rogue trader's desk. You know, like, that's nuts. I would like to ask them why they are so tense and order them to enjoy their time. To enjoy their food and amasek, which is like whiskey. The enforcers are barely able to conceal their excitement as they shove delicious delicacies into their mouths and wash them down with obscenely expensive drinks. They have never experienced anything like this before, and likely never will again. It is a feast they will not soon forget, a story they will tell to their grandchildren someday. And that great-great-grandpappy got to bathe with Rogue Trader Ethel. Yep. Got to eat with Rogue Trader Ethel. I won't make them feed me, but they may relax until I am finished bathing. We would consider it a great honor, your ladyship, but please do not tell the master-at-arms we joined in your ablutions. Mistress Sourback will beat us bloody if she finds out. You feel revitalized, an experience worthy of a rogue trader. Not so bad. That gives us a buff. Extra initiative for being refreshed. Alright, I think that's all we needed to really do on the ship. I believe now we can return to Rykad Minoris and get the rest of our objectives done. We could talk to Heinrichs too. He's on the bridge now. Heinrichs looks at you intently, his head tilted. I know nothing about you, Heinrichs. Could you tell me a little bit about yourself?
I'm usually the one interested in the pasts of those around me, not the reverse. I come from a night world, Guizorn 3. I belong to a branch of one of the noble houses until my exceptional abilities were discovered. After that, I was sent on a black ship to Holy Terra, where I was trained and I began my service for the glory of the Imperium.
You really want to summon Pascal and see what happens? To the ablutions? To the bath? We'll do that next time. You have to, like, get off the ship or do a mission, you know? And then you can do the ablutions again. Otherwise, none of those options reset. But after we, like, do our next planetary mission or whatever and come back to the Void ship, we can do it again. Like, I could just go back right now and do it again, the ablutions, but the only thing I think that the only option that it'll bring up is the rest and relax option. But then, like, we've already done the choice, so it doesn't give us the choice again. We don't get to, like, farm iconoclast points by just taking a bath. That'd be kind of funny. Do you remember your planet?
I do, but I have no ties to my homeworld now. None except my first name. I left Guizon 3 when I was still a child. My family disowned me, stripping me of my family name. I was given a new one by those who trained me. Even for a noble, being branded a psyker is a mark of eternal shame. I experienced that firsthand before I was put on the Black Ship.
How did you discover your abilities?
Like many psychers unaware of their curse, I found out when a strong emotional reaction triggered an involuntary response. My great-aunt had a pet grink. One day, it bit me, and I boiled it from inside out. And when my great-aunt slapped me for what I'd done, I boiled her too.
It's pretty metal. I expected a more dramatic story.
If I were to summon a demon or rain down fire on everyone's heads, we wouldn't be standing here talking right now. However, I took the life of a family member. In my opinion, that is more than enough drama.
Yeah, fair. Tell me about the Black Ship.
Picture a vast prison ship, filled with frightened, angry psychers who can't control their abilities and who have just lost their homes and their families. Some of them were children and adolescents like I was. Some were monstrous creatures who no longer had the right to be called human, or psychopaths who reveled in their impure powers. Once, when one of the miscreants broke free, those in command simply depressurized the bay and got rid of the culprit, along with the prisoners and crew tainted by him. But even after that, I heard the echo of inhuman suffering and terror that filled that part of the ship. It grieves me to recall that episode to this day.
Oof. You were sent to the Inquisition straight after training?
No. First, I was accorded the status of a psyker fit for service in the Imperial Guard, where I then spent several years. It was only afterward that I became an agent of the Golden Throne.
Heinrich stops there, clearly not intending to elaborate further. How long have you served in the Inquisition?
Since the day of my initiation as an acolyte. So, decades.
Bestie sure
How
went
many
through it,
real
yeah.
years it's been, it's hard to say. When I return from a journey through the warp, I often discover that much more or much less time has passed in real space.
Yeah, even the people at the highest echelons of society in Warhammer 40,000 really don't have, like, anything that resembles, like, a good life, you know? More comfortable than others, but good? Ooh, that's probably still a stretch. You've visited many worlds during your service, I'll wager.
Indeed. I have visited many of the places brought to the Emperor's light, and those sullied by the filth of the archenemy. In truth, even after all these years spent visiting the various corners of the Imperium and looking beyond its borders, I still consider the Segmentum Solar to be the greatest of all human.
Everything sucks, I get it.
Nothing compares to the majesty of holy terror, the might of Mars, the grandeur of the segment's other worlds.
I was reading something the other day that said that it's likely that Earth, Terra, has, like, quadrillions of people on it, which is mind-boggling, even at the scale that 40K, usually goes by. What duties have you been carrying out for the Inquisitor?
You can't really be expecting me to answer that question, can you?
Yeah, that's fair. For someone who's been in service for decades, you certainly look young.
The first step for biomancers such as myself is to take control of the processes of their own body, including aging. I've endured innumerable hazards in my work. If I allowed every trace of them to remain, I would look completely different today.
See what I mean? When I said before, it just seems to me like he just makes himself look like that. Like that's his ideal, like, look. For whatever reason.
Gladly. Of course not. The Lord Inquisitor's entourage comprises dozens of people. The best of the best. Experts in various fields and disciplines. Some of them I know personally. Others I have never met. To be honest, I'm not even certain that the people I know are still alive. I used to work with other acolytes of the Lord Inquisitor, but in the Coronis expanse, I have been working alone.
Ooh. Wandering among the stars without family or friends. Don't you get lonely?
I had never even considered such a thing before you asked. Perhaps I do. Sometimes.
Okay, so we've got a couple options. We could say, I'm not a bad conversation partner, should you ever want company. Or, we could give him a lascivious look and say, such criminal neglect of your needs. How badly do we want to smash? Send it. Okay.
Your concern for my needs, Lord Captain, is extremely unexpected. Would you like to remedy my deficit of personal interaction? I would not be opposed to a pleasant conversation, if you can find the time.
I can't tell if you liked it or not. Are there other acolytes out here? He narrows his eyes and releases a disappointed sigh. After several seconds of silence, you realize that you will not be getting an answer. Can't believe you don't have a sexy reply. I was also a little disappointed that we didn't have something more to go on that point. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's how we know that that was maybe not the best option. You know, we can't continue the flirtation because he's embarrassed now. Heinrich, if you're an interrogator, does that mean you hold a special position in the retinue of the Inquisitor?
We are not a retinue. We are acolytes. As for your question, I am closer than anyone else to the one I call my personal teacher. The Lord Inquisitor deemed me worthy of undertaking the most important and sensitive tasks requiring the attention of agents of the Golden Throne. Such as?
You said you were a biomancer, but what can you do?
The Lord Inquisitor was most insistent that I master the discipline of Santic Demonology. I use my faith and my power to crush the enemies of the Imperium. Servants of Chaos tremble at the sound of the Emperor's name, uttered by my lips. I am also a skilled biomancer. I can manipulate bodily processes. Sometimes I resort to those skills in the course of my work, when it is necessary to make the subject of an interrogation more cooperative.
In other words, he boils people using their blood from the inside out. until they tell him what he wants. Okay, bye, Heinrichs. Let's go talk to Pascal. He should be right here. I do not know why he is not. Is he over here instead? No. Interesting. He's over here. Oh, it's the other guy. The person you saved from the Electro Priest Monastery, the servant of the Omnissiah who calls himself Abel Hanneman, is staring intently at a cogitator's vid screen. Wires connect the sacred computing machine to augmentics inside the prayerfully bowed heads of murmuring servitors. Abel looks up at you. After a lengthy silence, he looks away and says stiffly, "The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all." How are you feeling? The priest stares intently at his feet for a while and then says in a halting voice, "The running of the binaric protocols was bogged down and dissolved in false commands. The filter has separated the correct signals from the incorrect. The running has been restored to its swiftness." Pascal speaks softly as though trying to match the inflections of Abel's voice. Tech Brother Abel has passed the diagnostics. The pernicious influence of sacrilegious procedures has been completely eliminated. Statistically, most survivors of a schismatical's infestation are left with severe cognitive impairments. However, Tech Brother Abel's mind, being of a less typical nature, has not been damaged to so great a degree. Well, alright. What are you working on? We catch the soul of the light in the solar wind. We look for the footsteps the Omnissiah left when he walked the desert. This is the neuromantic computation procedure. The depersonalized minds of these machine servants are in a data dream, processing enormous arrays of assorted data and aggregating them. Virtually all results of such synthesis are scrap data, but occasionally we have noted coincidences whose exactness defies logic. It is an extremely rare and venerated form of statistical augury, but Tech Brother Abel is adept at this form of appealing to the Deus Mechanicus. Damn, that was quick. That was quick. Thank you, my beloved. I've got food! I was so hungry, you guys. Huzzah! Let's inspect the machine. The hair has been removed from the servitors' heads. Their bulky cerebral augmetics cover their skulls like helmets. The faces of the cogitator's servants are blank. Their eyes are closed. Their lips are incessantly whispering what sounds like gibberish. Hundreds of lines of symbols containing information scroll down the cogitator's vid screen. Abel Hanneman peers at it with voracious interest, in sharp contrast to his usual placidity. Well, let's look closer. You notice certain repeating patterns in the scrolling column of runes. You may not know what they mean, but you clearly see, or rather sense, their similarities. You point these out to Abel, making his face light up with joy. A crystal is exquisite in clear water. Deviation from the cycle's trajectory has been increased, as was Amarnet's wish. Abel lowers his head, and his Vox synthesizer broadcasts a binaric hymn you do not recall having heard before. Its sound is full of vibrant energy, and its precise rhythm is nothing short of pleasing to the ear. A rare thing for the language of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Pascal explains with an inexplicable air of pride. Tech Brother Abel has dedicated a lesser aria to you. The piece is distinguished by a high degree of acoustic harmony and is fit for use as a motto, auxiliary identifier, or epitaph. Well, alright. He gave us a nickname. like a blessed nickname. The gift is disproportionate, but it does signify a personal affinity. Well, alright. What a nice guy. Why do you do this data dream? It is how we execute the quest for knowledge in the hope that the machine god grants us an epiphany, so that we may discern a logical connection in a mass of absurd data, which will propel our comprehension forward. That's so cute. Yeah, that was a really, sweet interaction. Did you hear what Abel said? It seems we have contributed to Amarnet's design and deviated from the cycle. What does that mean for you? A low guttural sound rises from the depths of Pascal's Vox synth, as though the planet's tectonic plates are shifting and crushing each other. The mighty rumble brings forth words imbued with power. We follow a path charted by a great mind, but that path leads to dark places. The cycle has the advantage of predictability. Abandoning it will plunge the collective into a perilous space of uncertainty, which will inevitably lead to disasters and the risk of universal annihilation. The doctrine of discontinuing the cycle may herald good things to come, or it may be a death sentence. Only the Omnissiah knows all and comprehends all. Others are mere prophets who interpret his wisdom as far as their own comprehension permits. It is better to meet the challenge of change and perish in failure than to rot alive. I like that. The statement is true. The annihilation promised by stagnation is inevitable. Annihilation in the course of a crisis of change is merely probable. And meekly waiting for the foretold decline is shameful and constitutes a betrayal of the quest for knowledge. The tone of thundering profundity drains from Pascal's Vox, giving way to his familiar sibilance. Let's ask him about his possession. What was flawed has since been purged, but the shadows of the hunt linger. The cog is dismounted, and no judgment has been made. In the absence of judgment, threat remains. Who will make the judgment? I will. Pascal places a mechadendrite on Abel's shoulder and repeats, his voice heavy like a wheel tread crushing the dirt underneath. I will make the judgment that will avert the threat. His gaze falls on you. There is no need to frighten him. You care for him as if he truly were your younger brother. Tech Brother Abel is harmonious, and harmony is beauty. Is it so strange an urge to protect beauty from the horrors of the grotesque? What troubles him so? I assumed at first that this was caused by the shock inflicted upon his system by the schismatical attack, but my tech brother's words are a sign of a deeper reason for his unease. He foresees something that threatens both him and all those around him, and thus I stand ready to face this threat. Well, alright. I will try not to give him any undue cause for dread. Lastly, why do you and Pascal have the same name? The naming of the names is not an index to the text. The naming of the names is the text. Abel's answers can be enigmatic. His mind works differently from ours. He thinks in harmonic imagery and notices the symmetries and proportional relationships in the world around him. Poetry would be the closest analogy to how he perceives and interacts with reality. Interesting. A poet tech priest. I never imagined such a thing. Why not? Techna lingua is rhythmical and possesses a broad semantic scope. and some of its more sonorous dialects lend themselves well to individual and symphonic declamation. Did you understand him? Negative. However, I will hypothesize. Tech Brother Abel is seeking to convey the idea that our matching identifiers are not the key to some vital data point. They are, in and of themselves, the vital data point. At this stage in my analysis, I can draw no useful conclusions from this proposition. However, the fact that Tech Brother Abel is trying to hint at something points to him either being better informed than I, or having conducted a more in-depth analysis of the situation. That is useful information. Are we overthinking it? It doesn't matter why your names are the same. What matters is that they are the same. Is that what you mean? At this point in time, the cycle has been broken and reshaped into a rising spiral, as Amarnet envisioned. On hearing his mentor's name, Pascal lets out a raspy, static-filled sigh. They are connected. My hypothesis regarding Abel's connection to the blessed Amarnet has been confirmed. I am glad to see you as I take my leave.
The Messiah knows all, comprehends all.
I want to know the truth about you, Pascal.
The request is approved. I did conceal certain information. I was a student of Archmagos Amanat, but I committed an act of betrayal after he deviated from sacred dogma.
What did he do?
He fell into schism and challenged the sacred boundaries of knowledge. The blessed Amanat claimed the limits of what is permitted must be expanded, because by refusing to explore certain law, we find ourselves in contempt of the seventh universal law. Comprehension is the key to all things. My mentor put forth a thesis claiming that we have stagnated, that ritual is now nothing but a cage for souls and false worship of the Omnissiah. He sought to break the cycle of mindless repetition because he saw the inevitable demise of our faith and all humanity at the end of it.
Certain aspects of the Imperium have indeed, ossified. His argument sounds reasonable.
This statement is false. My mentor's words sound like heresy. Limits were established because it is dangerous to venture beyond. Each step past them could lead to a bloody slaughter, but the blessed Amanat was not afraid.
How did you betray him?
The teachings of the blessed Amanat spread, and word of it reached the conclave of the Cognizance fleet. They recognized his teachings as tech heresy. Many tech priests suddenly vanished or were subjected to servo penance for minor transgressions. The students of Amanat, whose number included many enlightened and respected tech priests, resisted. My prognosis showed that our most likely future was a schism and a fratricidal war that would destroy the Cognizance fleet. That was when I headed to the Conclave. I confessed and handed the information about my mentor's research over to the Conclave. Brazen anthematic studies of the Forbidden Law. The Conclave could use that data to summon Archmagos Amanat, to stand trial and compel him to repent on pain of excommunicate traitoris. His subsequent fate is unknown to me.
Well, that's how you do.
I pray that the Omnissiah grants us wisdom to overcome the dialectic differences that divide us. Assessing his personality is difficult. The spirit of Brother Abel is different from that of most people. Tech comrades of the Cog calls such persons quiet ones. He possesses significant intellect, but shuns communication. So far, I have not been able to determine why Abel summoned me to Rykad Minoris, how he is related to the blessed Amanat, or why he bears the same name as me. Perhaps the Reverend Abel cannot fully actualize and interpret the available data.
Yeah, that's what I think too, Vinny. I was kind of, I started getting that inkling when we were talking to him directly, but yeah, I'm pretty sure he's just autistic. Which, like, that's pretty cool. You know, represent. And they're like, among every, you know, faction in 40K, it does make sense that the Mechanicus are like, oh, you're autistic? You're like the coolest fucking person ever. We're gonna make you, like, our top dog religious expert. You know what I mean? It doesn't surprise me that it's the Mechanicus that's doing that kind of thing. Because Abel, before he got, like, fucked up, was, like, a pretty big deal on Rykad Minoris. Like, everybody respected him. He had a, like, big, important job and everything. So, like, fucking sick. What's next for you, Pascal?
I was wrong when I assumed it was the blessed Archmagos Amanat, who assumed the guise of Abel Haneman. But there is a connection between him and the Reverend Abel, and I intend to uncover the nature of this link.
I have no more questions about that.
Ruminating on the search for the blessed Amanat.
Vinny, you want to know anything more about Pascal before we move on? Going once. Alright.
May your labors be effective and fruitful.
Don't worry, we'll get more Pascal here in a minute. Okay, so I think I want to swap Cabela for Cassia. Going into this mission. Talk to Quartz Crane. He's got nothing new, but we can get all his stuff. Solomorn has nothing else to say to us, but Governor Medina says, "Greetings, your ladyship," in a dismal voice. Glancing reflexively at Solomorn, he offers Heinrichs a somewhat strained smile. "Master Van Calix, it pleases me to see you in good health. I hope that you accomplished what you intended to at the Electrodynamic Cenobium." And he nods without saying a word. After an uncomfortably long pause, Medina clears his throat and quickly turns to you. I can't express how grateful I am for your help. Now that the insidious heretic's designs have been thwarted, nothing stands in the way of my plans, or yours. With Aurora dead, the spirit of revolt is waning. Entire squads of rebels are surrendering. We are witnessing the final days of the uprising. I have already signed the order to allocate 2,000 first-class Voidfarers to you. Their transfer to your ship should begin any minute now. I would also like to salute the savior of Rykad Minoris, and have already given the order for a celebration to be held in your honor. We will mark your victory with an ancient custom, the Triumph. You will drive through the city streets accompanied by a guard of honor, as befits a heroine who has vanquished the Imperium's enemies, while your trophies will be displayed to the jubilant crowds. Let me know once you've concluded your business in this system and are ready for the Triumph to begin. In regards to your own participation in the Triumph, Governor, you will accompany us to the starport to provide timely answers to any questions that may occur to me as I inspect the terminal there. That being said, you should appear before your subjects at least once at the end of the ceremony. Doing so will help maintain order. There is no reason to let the people know that the world may soon be in for a change of leadership. Well, I have other business for the moment, because we just gained profit factor, which means this guy has more to sell us. Including some fucking ceramite stormtrooper armor. Abelard just got a huge upgrade. I also... I'm going to go back to the Void Ship for just a second. And we're going to go talk to Danrock to see if we can buy anything else from the pirates without having to go over here. Back to the bridge. Because we've done everything else in the system. There's nothing else for us to do besides make sure we bought all the items that we could buy, and then do this next mission. Our Triumph Parade. Get him, Astra. My cats are in here. They're fighting. Astra's the smaller of the two, and she fucks Geen up. Man, does she fuck him up. I get worried sometimes they fight so fiercely. I think she's gonna, actually hurt him because he is just kind of big and dumb, and she goes hard. Transportation of some goods. There we go. Thunderfang. We do not have enough profit factor for another reflective shield. Get this other stuff, though. Big ol' greatsword would be cool, but what do these items do? Let's see. The wearer uses stalwart defense, but its effect is not triggered by the start of their next turn. They gain an extra 5 movement points. What is stalwart defense? Oh, that's a shield ability. Womp womp. Whenever the wearer targets an ally with the Bring It Down ability, they gain an additional action point. Well, that's one of ours. The wearer kills an enemy in 1 cell radius with a shot. They gain +1 resolve until the end of combat. Meh. Warworld flak chestplate. I don't care about the las gun. Unfortunately, I don't think we care about the great sword either, because I think Kibella's other sword's probably better. Yeah. I don't like that hat. I think it's dumb. Gonna swap those out for Argenta. Ooh, upgrade her armor too. Sick. That can go into cargo. Idira needs to fear horrors of the warp, but Cassia's powers, because they are not psyker powers, they're navigator powers, don't actually affect that. Which I think is kind of cool. But it also means that she never gets psi rating, so stuff like the psychic body glove never actually works for her. I think we'll swap for those. Because these gloves are just kind of meh. Heinrich's in his dinky helmet here. You don't have gloves, so you can just have that. I think we'll let Heinrichs have the warp fire damage as well. And now for the big dog, Abelard himself. Let's put his armor back on, because this is actually going to look pretty cool. We can give him his backpack back now, too. Hell yeah. Some Tempestus armor. Nightcore, yeah. Yeah, if I still played the tabletop version of Warhammer and I played Guardsmen, I would play the guys that wear this kind of shit. Because they're cool. Because of stuff like this. They look real sick. What's Pascal got on? Warp damage. This is a good cloak to just have, but I don't know. Yeah, I guess that is the best one I've got for him. Unless we give him the injector. Yeah, I think we will. We'll give Abelard that. We'll give Pascal this. And then we'll just keep the warp damage cloak for fights we know we're going to need, you know, protection from that. I don't think anybody's really going to use this shotgun, unfortunately, so we'll get rid of it. We will wear the psychic body glove. She can have the fencing body glove, which is better than what she's got. I don't think anybody's going to use the staff. Okay. That should be all of the preparations that we can do before this last mission. So let's get into it.
The Divine watches over us.
I am ready for my triumph. Then I will see you at the starport, your ladyship. The Master of Ceremonies will organize a procession in a way that should allow me to share the ceremony's finale with you. And after that, Emperor willing, the Proctor will clear me of all charges, and the woes of Rykad Minoris will be over at last. Let's get it! Your ladyship, peerless lady von Valancius. I am the Master of Ceremonies of Rykad Minoris. Everything is in place for your triumph. Allow me to give you a brief summary of the upcoming event. You will take the road, now familiar to you, from here to the starport. You will be accompanied by your comrades in arms and a guard of honor. The body of the heretic known as the Prophet Aurora will be pulled in your wake as a battle trophy. A stop is planned in the middle of the road. There, grateful citizens will rush towards you, praising you for their salvation. Not to worry, though. This is a thoroughly choreographed interlude. The group of the grateful people will be composed exclusively of loyal citizens vetted by us. Members of the military, young people, attractive and physically fit, a few healthy children. Once they have said their praise, the procession will move on. Governor Medina will await you by the starport. It is also where the pyre has been built for burning the body of the heretic known as Aurora. You will be handed a flamer blessed by a representative of the ecclesiarchy. You can choose to personally perform the burning, but if you wish to underscore the amicable alliance between House von Valancius and House Winterscale, it will be fitting to pass the honor of the burning to Governor Medina. However, the choice is yours. Feel like they're going to JFK me? You're on the right track, but not quite. An excellent plan. I am ready to start the triumph.
Let us walk this path to the end.
They give us a Lehman Russ, dude. And here's Aurora's body. Surrounded by evil-repelling emblems, Aurora's corpse looks like a tiny island of gloom in the glorious ocean of your impending triumph. The governor's people must have put a lot of work into protecting the body from decay, as well as sawing off the grim iron face mask. The dead prophet has the weary, unremarkable face of an utterly nondescript commoner. The one aberration of her appearance is the many small mouths on her cheeks and forehead. They have been painstakingly sewn shut with a thick thread and plastered over with a layer of face powder. The cosmetics transform the heretic's face into an eerie mask. The corner of her mouth is frozen in a hint of a grin, wryly mirrored by her lesser mouths. Are you pleased, enemy mine? The grin seems to ask. I will hunt down all of your accomplices wherever they may be, and they will all follow you into the fire. Not a sound comes in response, but as soon as you blink, the corner of the corpse's mouth seems to move upward by a hair's breadth. Or is that just your imagination? Sorry, I was stuffing my face. Glory to the Von Valancius dynasty. Glory to Ethel, a heroine of Rykad Minoris. A stately, beautiful, and finely dressed woman calls out your name in a sonorous voice. It isn't until you take a closer look at her face that you recognize her as Captain Raquel, the pilot you met on Rykad Ephelia. The grateful citizens wish to present gifts to their redeemer. For whatever reason, you know for certain that right at this moment, the gaze of Aurora's dead, empty eye sockets is fixed upon the back of your head. A thought surfaces in your mind. Not a voice inside your head, no, a mere thought. They are all going to die. Befuddled, deprived, never having seen the truth. And it is all because of you, enemy mine. And oh boy. Let's turn and look at the corpse. Nothing strange. The crowd's salutatory clamor, the prophet's motionless corpse. Only the air is oddly still, as before a thunderstorm. Enemy mine. Okay, Ahamkara, bitch. Ooh, all of our psychic characters are kind of going a little nuts. And we have a ghosty. Behold the final dawn! I turned my picture back on too early. See, they don't JFK you. The heretics were just lying in wait. We defeated Aurora, and the rest of them went, okay, we're going to wait until they feel secure, and then we're going to attack them again. Oh yeah, and then this happens. This is all still on my ship. Yeah, this is the view for my void ship, right here. Somebody just straight up stole the sun. Doesn't look ideal? No, it is not. Blowing up the sun seems a tad extreme. Didn't blow up. Got stolen. It was your boy.
Pure cannot escape their fate.
You make a suitable sacrifice.
Did you get a chance to get a good look at the ships that were invisible while that cutscene was going? He's trying to cure skin cancer, okay? Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me? Yeah. So, it was the Drakari that just stole the sun. They just happened to do it with a weirdly coincidental timing to all of this chaos chicanery here. Had to look away. It was the Drakari. It was the Dark Elves. They stole the sun. Of course they did. Why wouldn't they? Exactly. Their son now, Goat Man. Indeed. Okay, now we're back on the planet. So, Hawkwards, this stuff that was happening here with the tank and everything, that was on the planet. That wasn't on my ship. It's fine, I can fix him. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. It's my son now. I want my swords out.
The Emperor commands.
The leader can be on fire. Abelard, please stab a bitch.
Shall it be done?
I will not be deterred.
Target well struck. I took care of this one.
Thank you, Abelard. The leader could be on fire as a treat. Yeah,
I will do my duty.
just a cheeky little immolation, you know?
Rejoice in service.
And then... I think my character's just gonna...
Let my enemies tremble at the sound of my steps.
right around the corner. Oh, and it's Abelard's turn. Even better.
Victory is imminent. It will be done. Reduced to dust.
Dead man.
Indeed.
Taunt again.
At your beck and call.
Pilot Raquel gets a couple good shots off. Not bad. Okay, let's see here. We don't want to do that because there's a guy right there. Nope. Oop, oop. So let's just shoot from where we're at, I suppose.
I'll do it.
And then we run and gun.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Use our other halfway abilities. Pascal's already got enough momentum to use this heroic act, which is pretty sweet. How many of these guys can I get? Probably not more than just these couple. Probably. Or just that one, but he's dead.
Request approved. My vow.
Oh. Come on, Pascal. Let's do
Me?
voice of command on
Yes,
Pascal this
Captain.
time.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Request approved.
And then we'll also give
Isn't
him
this a job for the serfs?
movement, and he can go over here.
Calculate fury algorithm.
Follow my lead.
I bring your doom!
Heinrichs. Okay, buff
For
up.
the throne's glory.
Iron Arms first. Do Word of the Emperor.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
Your reckoning is due.
Nice. I'm pretty sure standing in this like purple cloud kills you. I think it does damage. It's like a poison cloud or something.
I sense the ruinous powers! Yes! Abelard, no way! Chaos guides me! Chaos guides me!
Whether the
Stay vigilant.
Yeah, see, that guy was on fire or something.
Death to believers! I serve the ruinous powers!
Oh, it's a good thing I put Abelard up there. Anointed cultist, huh? Well, how about we just set him on fire?
Shall it?
Boom! Take that, dickhead.
rejoice in service.
Anubis mommy on the YouTube. Hi, I'm back. Hello, hello. Where were you? Argenta,
Actions will
shoot
speak
things,
louder
please.
than words. Power resides in the will of the righteous. Doubt is for the weak. Strong.
Boom!
Faith without doubt can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Oh, this is gonna be a good turn. I can already tell.
I'll do it.
Maybe not. Hold on.
As the Emperor commands.
There we are. Am I out of line of sight? Can I see any more bad guys? I can see this guy.
Doubt is for the weak.
Oh, you coming to my glow squid video. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. It's very sweet of you. Welcome to the Game Corner. We're playing Warhammer Rogue Trader today.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. As the Emperor can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Glad you could be here. We're having a time. I don't know if it's a good time yet, but it is a time. Can I see this guy? Yes, I can. It's like there's no way I can't see him, right? He's out of range. Can't see that guy. Okay, I think that's it for Argenta's extra turn. That was real, real good. Can I charge you? You're too close.
Victory is an exemplary strike. I took care of this one.
Boom!
At your beck and call. Indeed.
Game like a PC game or a phone game? Looks fun. It's a PC game. On consoles as well, I believe. Alright, Argento, fuck him up.
Doubt is for eradicated. Rank is a prayer.
That was pretty good. Pascal over here to chop this guy up. Very nice.
Running binaric override. Request approved.
Cassia can give somebody an extra turn.
I'll paint your death in colors.
Well, let's give it
Rejoice in battle!
to the sister.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Still don't understand the glow squid from my short, because it looked like it was on land. That was because it spawned in just a puddle. The water was coming out of like the wall to the left and just was like flowing onto the ground, and the glow squid can still spawn there. It just looks funny because it makes them look like they're flying, you know, they're floating in the air. Plus it was real dark. That didn't help that video any.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
I'm afraid not. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Can't use that for anybody. Let's give Ethel
Insist,
some
Captain.
May the divine's will be
movement.
done.
My faith.
The enforcer just killed himself by walking through that cloud.
Everyone, step aside.
Good job, dummy.
Let's see to it. I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain. Death to the weak!
Crush the feeble.
Don't know why we didn't smack that guy right there.
Chaos guides me.
My enemies shall be crushed like dust beneath my feet. I will not.
Guess it doesn't matter now.
I can't allow myself to do this.
Man, I can't see anybody. That's the worst part about our officer abilities, is that sometimes you just can't freaking see nothing.
Rejoice in service. I cannot comply.
My place is at the fort. For Von Valancius. It will be done.
I have to go. I'll come back in like an hour or so. Hey, that rhymes. Dr. Seuss. Good job. Something tells me that YouTube commenter was maybe a little too young to be watching this video.
Indeed, one fewer tongue. I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Follow my death. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
I don't know if we passed through the cloud right there or not.
I'll do it.
Boom! Thank you so much. New like, new subscribe. Appreciate that. Honestly, YouTube really needs it.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Pascal, you got kind of left behind here, buddy.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. If I may. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Ah, well. Cassia tried.
Let's see to it. I'm done with this one.
Dead guy.
Get me a target. I want a beacon.
Dead guy 2. Electric Boogaloo.
Follow my lead.
The point
Holy powers of the Arch.
I've suffered worse.
Abelard's actively on fire. He's like, I've been in worse situations. Be on fire, sir. Raquel. No. Pascal. No. Cassia? Yes.
The Emperor commands. Rejoice in service.
Yeah, fuck that guy up.
My ears are ringing. It will be. I took care of this one.
Ah, just that guy, huh? Take him out, Raquel. Damn it.
Doubt is
Missed.
as the Emperor commands, I act.
I think we missed again.
Explorers know one route. Forward.
Missed again.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Jesus, come on, guys.
I need a foothold.
That took way longer than it should have. Voxmaster Vigdis. Your comm bead comes alive. Vigdis's voice struggles to get through the thundering static. Lord Captain, this is the Voxmaster. Please... What's going on, Vigdis? Captain, something... Interference, maybe? Repeat? An otherworldly cacophony which until now resembled the rumbling of distant cannons suddenly swallows you with its full intensity. The warp energy seemingly bursting out of thin air, rushing inside your exposed mind like an unstoppable wave of filth. For a moment it feels like your head might explode, but then the sensation retreats, leaving in its wake a different one, that of someone's touch on your temples. Heinrich removes his hands and shakes his head as if trying to drive away whatever is assailing him. His voice trembles when he says, "A simple solution to stabilize your condition. Keep it together. Do not give in to the force trying to take hold of you. I shall fear no darkness, for light is within me, the light of my faith in thee. I shall flee before no enemy, for there is no enemy more terrible than cowardice, and I shall overpower it." Red, black, and lots of blinding white fear. The whole city's quaking. No, the whole world. And Abelard shouts, "Less talk, more action." What's Vigdis saying, Lord Captain? Are they going to send a shuttle for us? We must move out towards the starport at once. The shuttles aren't going to find us here, even if the comm link stabilizes, which it won't. We are en route to the starport, Vigdis. And I think she copies me. We're not abandoning people in distress. Everyone can come with us. Jaspar and I must get weapons, any weapons. We'll catch up with you at the starport. We might even pick up some people from the garrison or civilians along the way. All right, Raquel. The sense of alarm is now almost physically drilling through your temples. The fleeting little whispers at the edge of your hearing are sinister and gleeful. All we can do now is try to make it to the starport. Bad news, but not unexpected. Does anyone have any idea what happened? The final dawn! We stopped short of puzzling out the enemy's entire plan. Oh, Emperor, forgive us for this negligence. I swear we will find a way to right it. Heinrich says, only an incomplete picture. Every warp-active person on this planet is sensing the presence of sorcery. It's rising like a tsunami. I have hardly ever encountered anything like it in real space, and most remarkably, the sorcery is still growing. I cannot, however, say what set off this reaction or where the light has gone. A chill runs down your spine. You seem to feel Aurora's gaze upon you once again, only it is not coming from her corpse, but from everywhere.
Will make me forget his sacred words. Burn the heretic. Kill the mutant.
Purge the unclean.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Focus, Van Calox.
Don't walk through the fire, you idiots. I have a suspicious rash. Alright, so we're back through these stupid-ass streets of Rykad Minoris here.
Know your duty.
Did you think you had won, enemy mine? You vanquished Twilight. You cut down Aurora. But she was only one of us. You hear me? From the depths of dead stone, from his prison of cold metal, he will rise. The hour is nigh. The end is nigh.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
I can sense a slight pressure in the atmosphere, like a distant psi echo. I presume it is the result of the massacre that happened on these streets.
That's a bad guy.
The Emperor protects.
Set him on fire.
Will speak louder than words.
Hello? Set him on
And
fire.
so shall it be done. My faith is my shield.
Set him on fire. Whatever.
I will cast you into eternal darkness. Let the blood flow.
Great, now it's a chaos spawn. That's even better. I guess we'll just get right up in its grill. Why not? Screw it. Oh, there's more. Even better. Well, let's have our Genta post up on the stairs.
I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak.
Got one!
I'll do it.
I am your doom. Such is the will of chaos.
Alright, Heinrichs.
Naturally.
Start with all your buffs here.
But of course, Lord Captain.
He just melted that guy. That was pretty cool, actually. Pascal.
Advancing. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Running by
Got one!
I serve the ruinous.
I serve the ruinous powers.
Will do my an exemplary strike.
Nice.
Victory is imminent. Indeed.
Everybody gets to move now. Put Pascal back down this way. You can fight those other Chaos Spawn. Henrix, why don't you come over
The
here?
Emperor is on our side.
Alpha can stay where she's at. Argenta can stay where she's at. Abelard gets one more attack. We'll use the Power Maul. Exterminatus!
It will be done.
Yeah, this planet is kind of fucked up.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Warp blast all those guys.
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Abelard, hit him with a Power Maul.
I will do my duty. No matter the cost.
Abelard, keep hitting him with the Power Maul.
It will be. At your beck.
Nice. We'll charge this guy.
It will be done. Reduced to dust.
Very nice.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I will do. Target well struck. I took care of this one.
Hell yeah, and because we crit, we hit with both weapons. And Abelard is kicking ass.
A tactically sound
Taking
approach.
names. Fuck yeah.
The Emperor commands.
Set the Chaos Spawn on fire.
I will not be deterred.
Request approved.
guided by faith. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Boom, 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 boom. That's awesome.
We shall stand by the will of the Emperor.
Ooh, they've got another psyker with them.
Someone's death wish is mine to grant. I won't object to it. For the throne's glory. Not sanctioned to do this. Alas, no. I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Let's see to it. Naturally.
See, I just Perils of the Warped and all of those guys just like fell over. That was funny. We all just get stunned. Is that what just happened?
The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all. Running binaric override. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
My place is at the fore. It will be done. Victory is imminent. At your beck and call. Indeed.
Emperor, give me strength. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Request.
That is foolishness.
The line of sight? What are you talking about? Whatever.
If only that were possible.
Follow my lead.
Please be on fire.
Speak louder than words.
Thank you.
And so shall it be done.
Heinrichs dodged that while still on the floor. That was pretty cool. Oh, we killed that chaos spawn. Nice.
This incident down.
I'll do it.
I won't go down.
Flesh is weak, yet iron knows no pain. The Omniscient
Better not be intentional.
comprehends all.
Out of my way!
Pain and duty go hand in hand. It will be done. Victory! Beware foul sorcery!
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Missed it by that much.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
Your end is nigh.
Can I just do it again? Hell yeah. Burn, baby, burn!
Rejoice in service.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered
Let
around.
my enemies tremble at the sound of my steps.
That was a pretty good couple of turns. Now what?
Actions will speak louder than words.
We'll let Heinrich stop burning, for one. And let's let him get at least a couple of attacks off, you know?
Let's see. I won't object.
Nice. Dodge the flamer. Nice. Nice-oo. Purge this man's soul, Heinrichs. Thank you.
Scorn the pain. More trouble than it's worth. Be gone. I won't object to it.
Breeding damage to bulk. Request approved. Running binary override. The scriptural vulnerability analysis successful. My vow is to serve.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Reduced to dust. I will do my duty.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Abelard picks it up with a power swing.
You are target. Your seneschal is always there for you.
Even in the bath.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Nothing new down here. Oh, yeah. Tons of junk from all these guys.
The Divine watches over us.
Does he? They are coming. One following in the other's footsteps. The Aurora of the morning and the Aurora of the evening. Ooh, spooky. So scared. Chaos. Oh.
If we manage to find an intact shuttle in this burning hellscape, it will be a miracle sent by the God Emperor.
That I
Person
believe.
as important as the Lord Captain, I am certain there will be a vessel waiting where it should be. Surely the commoners know their place in the
Evacuation order. Cassia is woefully naive sometimes. Oh shit.
Injured. I'm enraged.
That guy turned into a screamer. A screamer of Zinch. It's got 143 wounds. Well, I suppose we get started.
If I may,
Rejoice in service.
Give Abelard some extra temporary
The Emperor
wounds.
commands.
Just in case. Then this we will drop here. Somewhere around here we should be able to get like more guys.
I am a navigator.
Yeah, a couple
not
of them.
a servitor.
I'm here, maggots.
Weapon at the ready.
I will endure.
Target well struck.
Let's get to it. Leave it go.
Just a minor setback.
God damn. Okay, but watch this though.
I've suffered worse.
Ow. That wasn't it. Watch this though. Shaw.
It will be done.
Shaw.
Indeed.
Argenta.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire
There.
in my heart.
My character can move up all
May
the way
device
here.
will be done.
That's why I moved Abelard, so I could move past him. Heinrichs can come
step aside.
all the way around there. Ooh boy.
As the Emperor.
Nice! 3 of them. Fuck yeah.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. I'll do it. Why I was chosen. Eradicated. That is not the Emperor's will. It is why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, strike is a prayer. Faith without deed, you, my Emperor. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, eradicated. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Damn, that was a lot of shots.
Follow my lead. Pain and duty go hand in hand.
That was a lot of shots too, specifically straight at Abelard that did 0 damage. What a goat.
Request approved. go.
Another step towards our
Boom.
ultimate victory. I will not be deterred. Actions will speak louder than words.
Let's see. Pascal, you go again.
It could do worse, but not by much.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. High momentum.
Ooh, Heinrichs has momentum.
Let's see to it.
He can have his own buff then. And we will
I'll see
pop
our
that.
foes obliterated. I'm done with this one. Natural.
Hey! Look, it's the arbitrators. They decided to come hang out after all. Charge this
I
guy
won't object to it.
and stay there. Get him, Glato! Damn!
Forward. Done and done.
I don't know what gun that guy's got, but I want one.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I will not. I'll do it.
Death to the heretics!
Reduced to dust. We'll rule the stars themselves. A tactically sound approach. I took care of this one.
This is gonna be fun. Oh, I did get him? Damn. That's tough.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Doubt is for the willing to escape the Emperor's judgment. As the Emperor commands, I act. Rejoice in battle!
My faith strengthens me.
How dare you shoot that dog? What an asshole. Wait, did they? Oh, they did take out the screamer, huh? They shot it to death.
Running binary override. My vow to serve.
That is how it's done.
Set this man on fire, please.
I won't suffer.
No line of sight? What? Wait, can I set this guy on fire? I can't.
Rejoice in service.
Someone needs to be on fire, is the point.
The Emperor commands. And so shall it be done.
I need a foothold. Your reckoning is due.
Bah! Got him. Still alive, rogue trader. Good. You spot just as many wounds on Glato. There are burns and cuts all over the coat, and one of the visors is broken. And yet, there's nothing in the Cyber Mastiff's straight posture that would indicate pain, if pain is even something this dog can feel. What's happening at the starport? Panic and heresy. The people are ready to crush each other to reach the shuttles, which makes them easy targets for the enemy. Where's the governor? I do not know. He waited for you, under RBT's escort, to burn the heretic's body and conclude the ceremony. But when the sun went out and enemies came at us for a merry crack in the rock crate, he panicked and ran. Not the smartest choice. He would have been safer with us. Those wounds look bad. Let me offer you first aid. I would have accepted your offer, but we still have Medicaid kits. Not many, but it should last us until we get to the shuttles, which is all we need. It appears your investigation has hit a dead end. Not yet, it hasn't. We did find something on the port terminal. Shortly after the tide was hauled away, a suspicious ship took off from the planet. And I already know how to track it down. I see you are not trying to flee, and have chosen to fight instead. I commend your resolve. Actually, our plan is to retreat. The rebels are one thing, but there is nothing we could do against the warp forcing its way in. That's a fact. This battle was forced on us. We had to keep the heretics away from the terminal until the machine spirits finished transferring the data to our shuttle. Speaking of shuttles, the ship we hired has turned tail and left orbit, so I must turn to you with a request. Take my squad aboard, and we will disembark on the first world station with access to a void ship. We cannot die here while whoever stole the tithe is enjoying their freedom. I would consider it an honor. We need time to dress our wounds and regroup. We will cover your retreat and make sure there is no attack from the rear. Get to the shuttle first. We'll be right behind you. Not bad. I like that fight. It's just kind of fun. Okay. Let's quick save just real quick. To the starport. What's in here? Ooh. Stuff. Medkits. That's probably a good idea.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Guys ready? To meet the real Aurora? The stench of Physaline and blood blankets the starport. Echoes of shouts and gunfire drift over the landing pads. The shards of plexiglass crunch underfoot. You recognize Sergeant Malgar amid the crowd, huddled next to the shuttles. He was the soldier who greeted you upon your arrival on Rykad Minoris. A group of bloodied and frightened people is wedged between Malgar's wardens and the shuttles. You recognize them as the governor of the planet and the members of his high-ranking entourage. Their expensive attire has been torn in the fight, and many bear wounds left by bayonets. Let's examine them. Some of the nobles are paralyzed with fear, others have succumbed to despair. 2 corpses are lying on the ground with their arms outstretched. Black blood has pooled under one of them. The other's skull has been split open like a nut, encircled by a pinkish-crimson halo of bone splinters and bits of brain matter. Sergeant Malgar, I demand an immediate report. What is going on here? The sergeant spins around to face you, his face is twisted grimace of anger. Our esteemed governor and his gang of cronies have been cowering behind us, and now when things got rough, they thought they could scarper and leave us here to die. We've shed our blood for him and broken our backs to provide for him, and after all this, you think that's fair, you piece of grok shit? Malgar's stun baton hits the governor in the chest, causing the adornments on the governor's uniform to jingle in unison. The governor spits out blood and opens his mouth to respond when his head explodes. His body falls limp to the side, his remaining eye staring upward. The chorus of the noble screams cannot drown out the sergeant's spiteful whisper. Enough, you've said your piece. Cassia says, for generations upon generations, the nobles of this world cared for Rykad Minoris and ensured the prosperity of its inhabitants. And this is your gratitude, peasant? For killing a nobleman, you deserve to be executed where you stand. Cassia throws out her hand and Malgar's knees buckle. My mentor was right. The rabble truly have no honor. Madness punishable by death. Heinrichs, voice of reason, says, we don't have time for this. Let's see if we can snap him out of whatever fucking chaos fuckery is going on. I don't know why you stick up for these parasites. They never would have helped someone like me. But they don't deserve to die either. You're right about that. Not all of them, at least. A dull thud comes from deep within the starport. Heavy footsteps shake the rockcrete, raising an unpleasant tremor in your bones.
You thought you had killed Aurora, false believers. Tremble, for I am Aurora. I am the herald of change. Behold the final dawn, and die!
I'll make an example out of you.
This is beyond me.
Well, here we go. Oh. Well. Whoa! Betrayer of the Emperor's blood! Arch sacrilege! Mine shall be a death worthy of him! Is that a Cornite guy? It's a word bearer. He's a big word-bearer marine with a heavy bolter.
I'll do it.
Victory is imminent.
Guided by faith.
Fucking gross, kill him. That's the plan.
The Emperor is on our side.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Show me what you...
I wonder if I can paralyze him with this. Know who else was a word bearer? Erebus. Yeah, fuck that guy. No one in fiction you hate more, and rightly so. That guy sucked. Erebus was the
It
worst.
will be done. At your beck and call.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Request.
Bah.
Let's get to it. Break them around.
My enemies shall be crushed like dust.
I would
beneath
like
my
Aurora to be on fire, please. Thank you.
I will
Pascal?
not be deterred. Actions will speak louder than words. And so shall it be done.
Kill something, please.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Heinrichs, you give your
Let's
buff
see
to
who's-
Abelard first. We will word of the Emperor,
But of
everybody
course,
including the
Lord
Chaos
Captain.
Marine. You also throw a grenade because you can hit these guys.
Holy terror, smite your enemies.
And then Abelard can charge in without fear. Ah!
Be done. I will do my duty.
Whoa!
Abelard.
Kicked him. Did you see that? That was nuts.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor...
Boom, 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 boom. That was cool.
Faith without deeds is worthless. Power resides in the will of the righteous.
Well, let's keep shooting him. Hell yeah.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. I refuse. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Argenta, he's right here.
Kill my Emperor! Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Argenta, he's right there. She missed like almost all those shots. That was nuts.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
We can't do double buff if we want him to charge in, and I would really like Heinrichs to be in the fight.
Nothing stands against me.
Pascal can also get closer.
Calculated fury algorithm.
See it more that she plinks off the armor. Yeah, that's fair. I just 65% chance of hitting every single time, and I'm pretty sure we only hit like 3 of those 8 shots.
Running binaric override. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. My vow is to serve. Advancing.
Time to slaughter someone.
Weapon at the ready.
Your end is nigh.
This'll be fun.
The Emperor commands your corrupt way has failed.
Oh, it only got one of them. I was hoping it was going to kill all those guys. Damn. Ah, well. Let's use the Zap Ring
Rejoice,
and miss. Okay,
and so shall it be done.
buff yourself, Heinrichs. Veil degradation isn't that high, so I think we'll use the Force Sword attack. That was a pretty good hit.
Let's see to it.
Victory! One viewer target.
There we go. And now we're out of range of hitting Heinrichs with that attack.
It will be done. At yours.
Nice. Oh, poor Abelard keeps getting kicked.
I'll do it.
Oh, got him. Went down like a glass bitch.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
If I may, isn't this a job for the serfs?
Rejoice in service.
That guy needs to be on fire.
I'm afraid not. Me. If you insist, Lord
Get me a
Captain.
target.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Damn it, Pascal.
Running binaric override.
Follow my lead.
Blessed Emperor, protect your daughter.
Let my enemies tremble at the sound of my steps.
Since he wants to be an asshole about it, let's just get him with the staff again. Boom!
To all who abhor the Emperor.
Screw you, guy. Hit a cool sniper rifle, though. Oh, we already have one of those? Yeah. Ooh, somebody got their head cut off. From Aurora, we get the Bringer of Terror. This big bolter. But it's a heretical weapon, so we can't use it. You also get a heretical sword. And the Gem of Dark Vitality. Guess what? It's all going to go into cargo, because we don't want anything to do with none of that. That dude was the governor of this entire planet and only had a las pistol on him. Just a normal-ass las pistol. What a wimp. Anyway, that was Rykad Minoris. Let's get the hell out of here. As an in-universe thing, though, what we just did was kind of crazy. Me and 5 other regular-ass people just took down a goddamn Chaos Space Marine. Worst parade ever? Yeah! Thanks be to the Emperor, you're alive, your ladyship. We are most gratified by your return, and the crew is full of zeal to carry out any orders you may have. What the hell happened to the system's sun? Lord Captain, we saw a number of ships approach the sun, black creations of inhuman make, amalgams of sharp angles and edges. They surrounded the star, and then... My apologies, but I struggle to find words that could describe the terrible sight. The Xenos made the sun vanish into the void. Drakari. As if we did not have enough troubles on our hands already. The breed of the Eldari, the most cruel and devious of their kind. The design of their ships matches the description provided by the Boxmaster. Like all Xenos, the Drakari are a blight on the face of the galaxy, but their technological superiority is indisputable. They abhor and fear warp sorcery, which is why they rely on creations of their twisted intellect. And many of those creations are capable of things that may seem akin to sorcery to the unenlightened eye. The theft of a sun is one example of what they are capable of. Are they in league with Aurora's cultists? We could rule out that possibility. The Drakari would never ally themselves with the archenemy's worshippers. If I had to name one thing that humanity and these Xenos have in common, it would be a shared loathing for warp corruption. The situation calls for immediate action. We can continue this conversation later if you so wish, but right now, I believe you should assume command. What's the situation on board? The Navigator's Sanctum is no longer empty, but the warp engine is still refusing to obey the engine seers. Without it, we cannot perform a warp jump. Pascal's voice buzzes anxiously from his vox. It may be angry, or perhaps it is lamenting the injuries it has suffered. I will immediately initiate preparations for a prayer service. If the Omnissiah grants me comprehension, I will appease the machine spirit of this vessel. What's happening on the planet now? Our augur operators are reporting numerous uprisings and other manifestations of the archenemy's powers at various locations on the planet. Based on the fragments of communications picked up by our Vox operators, there is practically no resistance being offered by the Governor's forces. Millions of people are converting to the blasphemous Final Dawn cult en masse and assembling in prayer circles. Do we have any hope of retaking the planet? I fear that Rykad Minoris is lost. The situation is deteriorating by the minute. We must leave the system as soon as possible. However, there are still people on the planet who have not succumbed to heresy and who are worthy of rescue. Besides the small number of our own shuttles, we also have the shuttles salvaged from the starport. The dark eyes of the Sister of Battle flash. We must save as many as we can. This has all happened for a reason. Saint Argenta, whose name I carry with reverence and trepidation, is famed for saving the people of a dying world through the power of prayer. The God Emperor himself sent a star from the heavens that lifted the saint and her followers up into the sky, away from corruption and death. We must do as she did, direct all our efforts to saving those people who at this moment look to the heavens in hope of salvation. The lives of peasants are of little value. Our prime objective is to save the holy relic, the miraculous fusion reactor, and the electro priests who guard and tend to it. Abelard says, "Every moment we spend in proximity to a dying world, we are putting ourselves at risk. Your life, Lord Captain, is far more valuable than all of Rykad Minoris. The von Valancius dynasty cannot be allowed to perish. And so lamentable though it is, we must rule out the idea of any evacuation." Heinrich's eyes, like two deep dark pools, are resolutely fixed on you. The world is doomed, and its inhabitants along with it. The disappearance of the star was the final nudge toward death, and the finale of the Cult of the Final Dawn's plans. I once witnessed a similar event, a world that had surrendered to the servants of the archenemy and permitted corruption to enter too deep. At this moment, millions of people are bowing down before those who promised them salvation, and they are willingly giving over their souls to chaos. A sacrifice great enough to bring forth a demon world. Our only hope of stopping this process is to retreat to a safe distance from the planet and conduct targeted bombing of the Electro Priest's monastery. If we blow up the reactor, a thermonuclear reaction will follow. The world's oxygen will evaporate, killing off the entire biosphere. In doing this, we will save millions of souls from a fate far worse than death, and we will save Rykad Minoris from becoming an outpost of the archenemy. Cabela, of course, the assassin. Only death could rescue these people. The Undying One has reached out his hand to this world. It is time for him to reap his harvest. We must not reject his design, lest millions of names never reach him and instead perish in the depths of the Empyrean. Death is a mercy, Daman. Cassia says, "Whatever fate you choose for this world, I urge you to make haste, Lord Captain. The planet is burning in raging flashes of crimson and purple. I can see it, even from orbit. As do I see that the storm is already upon us. With every moment that we waste, it grows ever more difficult and perilous to steer the ship through the warp's turbulent currents." I'm with the lady on this. Enough talking. We need to get out of here while we still can. Something lurking in the depths of your consciousness bristles at the passing thought of saving people. The spike of horror you feel takes your breath away. It is as if you are planning to steal the prey of a mighty predator. The planet is already wrapped in a thread stretching out from the warp. It deserves to have a new master. Which of the planet's inhabitants can we evacuate? The nobles you rescued at the starport have given coordinates of shelters where we can find surviving aristocrats and their families. As for Sergeant Malgar's troops, they will help to control the crowds of frightened commoners and prevent the shuttles from being overloaded. Thanks to you, we have salvaged many shuttles from the starport that we can now use. The fusion reactor must be saved. Any delay caused by loading and transporting to the ship will cost us precious time. Do not deceive yourself. If you indulge your vanity, you will doom billions to eternal torment at the hands of the archenemy. Do not forget yourself, Interrogator. One more objection from you, and I shall forget all about the need to deliver you to Footfall alive. You detect a flicker of something beneath Heinrich's sanguine mask. Whatever it may be, it does not seep into the Interrogator's dispassionate voice. In that case, I consider it necessary to point out that the mark of the archenemy could infiltrate the ship with the priests escorting the reactor. Keep that in mind for the future. Now, see, here, the other thing is, do we save commoners or do we save nobles? If we save the commoners, there's a high likelihood that heresy infiltrates our ship, I think, in my opinion. If we save the nobles in the bunkers, though, they'll probably be really grateful. I think that's what we're going to do. The nobles deserve to be saved. Consider it done. This will bring us to the limit of our capabilities. We have no more shuttles to use in the evacuation effort. The bridge is in upheaval. The Technomat's prayers mix together in a senseless cacophony while servitors work hastily to remove a hardened crust of sacred unguents from the warp engine's components. In the middle of all this tumult stands Pascal, with a data slate clutched in his hands, seemingly disconnected from the flurry of activity around him. As much as I hate to say save the nobles is probably the right call, yeah, like, my only trepidation about not saving the common folk in this instance is the fact that, like, they already are saying that, 80 to 90% of the planet has fallen to chaos. And that suggests to me that if we try to save any of the commoners, that the chaos worshippers are going to try anything they can to get onto my ship. And that feels bad. That feels like it's not a good idea. If it weren't for that aspect, I wouldn't even consider it. What is going on here? The warp sexton is not responding to commands. The ship's spirit is rejecting our prayers in anger. I am currently calculating a plea that might appease the noble spirit. Let's be nice about it. Crew, heed the word of Magos Haneman. Pascal, I kindly request that you take charge of this mess. Thank you, your ladyship. You are right. Tech comrades, heed my instruction. The mayhem immediately subsides, and the crew's actions fall into some indiscernible logic. The Omnissiah's servants start working in sync, and the Beneric clamor becomes a symphony of reports, which the Magos coordinates like a skillful conductor. Admirably done, Pascal. The Omnissiah guides me. The prayers of the tech priests surrounding the cogitator almost drown out the sounds of the bustling bridge behind you. Pascal, poring intently over the data slate in his hands, extends a mechadendrite towards you. Please take your place at the cogitator, Lord Captain. The huge machine in front of you is lit with dozens of vid screens and hundreds of lumens. The blinking lights and endless rush of symbols and digits on the green background make your eyes water, and a vague sense of alarm simmers in the depths of your mind. The typical reaction of a layperson when confronted with the magnitude of the Omnissiah's creation. Among the numerous controls, you see the mouth of a cyber gargoyle, the same as it is at the gate to the warrant chamber. Pascal's voice becomes imbued with imperious force. Servants of the machine god, heed my command. Acolytes, prepare the incense instrumentation for the liturgy of machine spirit propitiation. Senior Technomats, recite the prayer to generate a current data report. Operations will be marked with the campanological protocol, Omnissiah Rejoice. I must inform you that for the purposes of safety, complete reassembly of the warp sextant and updating of its datasmith blessings are required. If this is not done, then at launch the volume of aggregate calculation errors could result in the destruction of the data crypts. But as we do not have 100 hours at our disposal, we must omit this procedure. A minor deviation from the right of operation for the sake of appeasing the spirit. What must I do, Pascal? Place your hand inside the throat of the Cogitator Guardian, the Cyber Gargoyle, which has been assigned to guard the forbidden data crypts. The dynastic blood extracted from your veins will serve as a key to the data core where the machine spirit dwells. To it, we will offer our prayers so that we may bypass the protective protocol for defective connections and launch the warp sextant. The laws of the Omnissiah know no exceptions, and so in this ritual I will remain at your side to placate the wrathful machine spirit in whose abode you will be intruding. Follow my liturgies, Lord Captain, and may we receive his blessing. Okay. The metal jaws clamp down on your hand, breaking your delicate corporeal sheath and releasing warm red liquid into its gullet. At the same moment, the image on the vid screen before you changes. Connecting. 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 Success. Access initialized. What does it all mean? At the sound of your voice, the cogitator servant, whose bronze-bound skeleton is built into the cogitator housing, shudders. With a screech, its skull rotates towards you and then stops in that position. Benevolent code! A voice receptor! Pascal emits a sequence of binaric signals and then is silent for several seconds. I hypothesized that the defect is located in the analyzer block. I register a reaction to the signal, but no processed response. A temporary override is permissible. The shell was created on a forge world unknown to me, initiating standard invocation of the machine spirit. Pascal leans over the adjacent instrument panel and sets his hands on the controls. At the same time, a quiet stream of machine code begins pouring forth from his vox. What should I do now? Lord Captain, I now ask you to address the machine spirit. Speak the following command. By my authority, I revoke the inviolability protocol of the warp engine. The voice receptor will receive the vocal entry. Without your sanction, the machine spirit will not accept the data from the warp sextant. Well, let's do it. One of the cogitator's vid screens turns red. Pascal sees this and raises his hand, signaling to the rest of the tech priests, then withdraws a connector from his sleeve and connects it to the machine. Servants of the Omnissiah, make now the offering of cleansed data crypts to the machine spirit, so that it may be filled with their true and calibrated data. May the Omnissiah have mercy on our souls. In meek solemnity, the acolytes offer up the cleansed data crypts to the warp engine one after another, repeating prayers of exaltation. After anointing the contacts with sacred unguents, Pascal inserts them in the cogitator slots. Your head begins to spin from the holy censer's foul-smelling clouds of smoke and from the loss of the blood that the cyber gargoyle continues to drink from you, and the world swims before your eyes. Let this mechanism awaken in renewed purity. Pascal enters a sequence of commands and raises his head, watching the vid screens. Suddenly, he stops dead. No! His fingers fly over the command runes, entering command after command. His mechadendrites, clicking their pincers, pull at one lever after another. The vid screens fill with strings of symbols, completely incomprehensible to you, but clearly conveying something to the Magos. Let's let him do his thing. After a few seconds, one of the data crypts mounted on the cogitator begins to emit sparks. A moment later, another data crypt does the same. The next bursts into flame and gives off foul-smelling smoke. Around you, the Omnissiah's servants break off from their prayers, and something bursts into frantic pleading. The massive errors in the warp sextant's calculations is destroying the data repositories. The offering did not appease the ship's spirit. The warp engine cannot be filled with the motive force. We are trapped. Perhaps an alternative Ryzen protocol, or an emergency launch of the auxiliary coils? While the other vid screens are filled with more and more strings of symbols, the monitor in front of you blinks and its static image changes. Pascal is too engrossed in his ritual to notice. Let's read the information. Oh, it's given us something. A moment, if you will, Magos Hanuman. Lord Captain, distorted transmissions from the data core. Most likely, the residual cognitive functions of the built-in servitors. Omnissiah, shield us from machine ghosts. Can you hear me, machine spirit? The cogitator's servant creaks quietly in its joints, a sound that is drowned out by the Benaric hymns and the tapping of command runes. Injury, rescue, query. Rescue? Yeah, please. Lord Captain, the excess emotion in your command will render it unintelligible. Pascal's next vocalization goes unsynthesized as he sees the vid screens begin to stabilize one after another. The strings frenetically galloping across the green background are replaced with stable images or regularly updating status reports. Only one monitor remains inexplicably red. Registering. Warp sextant activated. Registering. Data stream stabilizing. Registering. 0 data errors found. Reporting. The warp engine is ready for translation. I am also reporting evidence indicating a Category 3 miracle fulfilling the criterion, thou shalt witness the mechanism that toils in glorification of its function, and in defiance of deactivation. Ravor here, Lord Captain. The crew are almost finished carrying out the orders given earlier, and I've just received confirmation from the engineering halls. I don't know what you did, but the warp engine's up and raring to go. We're ready to begin the translation to the warp, your ladyship. What just happened? Pascal pauses. I hypothesized that the ship's spirit heard our prayers and intervened. It summoned the power of the Omnissiah to do something beyond my comprehension. It appears the Omnissiah perceives and knows the power of your faith, Pascal. He would not have worked this miracle otherwise. I hope he will grant me a revelation that will allow me to comprehend the nature of this miracle. Pascal's vox buzzes with wonder and an undercurrent of exaltation. Lord Captain speaking, Ravor. I give the order. Commence translation to the warp.
Von Valancia's flagship made its way out of the doomed star system. As the void shift plunged deeper into the Coronis expanse, the rogue trader's subjects bid a formal farewell to the late head of the dynasty, Theodora von Valancius. Having paid their last respects, the crew gathered their strength and braced themselves for whatever was to come next.
All right. Lord Captain, allow me to report. Our journey through the warp is coming to an end. Lady Navigator Orselio informs me that we have reached the point where we can translate to real space in the Furibundus system. The Lady Navigator and her pilots are awaiting your permission to begin the process. The Furibundus system is home to Footfall, the only Imperium outpost with a functioning wharf in the Coronis expanse. The Tech Priests are begging you to have mercy on the machines worn down by the warp and to allow the servants of the Omnissiah to inspect and heal the Void Ship's wounds in the dock. The prayers and rituals will take some time, which our astropathic choir will use to establish a connection with the prime worlds of your protectorate, Dargonus, Janus, and Kiava Gamma. Master Zachary Weiss has recovered an invitation previously adrift in the Immaterium. The Liege of Footfall has humbly requested an audience with the rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. According to Master Zachary, the message was tinted with shades of pleading. I quote, "Apparently the Liege is anxious to meet as soon as possible." Footfall, the place where filth and sanctity go hand in hand. Reverend Hieronymus de la Rosa will most likely expect a visit from me. I imagine he will be interested in talking to you as well, Ethel. Heinrich says, "I will be leaving your void ship when we arrive on Footfall, Ethel. Once that is done, consider the Lord Inquisitor's task complete." Your ladyship, young Yvain Winterscale, has asked me to convey his gratitude for your hospitality and for saving him from certain death. Not wishing to outstay his welcome, he plans to disembark at Footfall. Lord Yvain swears he will not forget his debt to you. I hereby inform the rogue trader that during a comprehensive system inspection rite, This unit discovered data clusters within the captain's cogitator that are concealed from prying eyes meant by means of a personal cipher and a sacrament of algorithmic authorization. Unit Ethel von Valancius has been added to the access list and assigned the identifier Keeper 2. The unit can access the data from the captain's cogitator provided that she possesses the decryption key. You detect a hint of something resembling curiosity in Pascal's mechanical voice. Solomorn's here, and he says, "Thank you once again for rescuing my squad, Rogue Trader. We will disembark on Footfall. The trail of evidence leads to the docks, and it wouldn't hurt to pay the liege a visit. I'm sure he will graciously extend his cooperation to the RBTs." Are you leaving us, Heinrichs? The arrangement between the Lord Inquisitor and your predecessor was that I be transported to Footfall, and no further. I dare not take advantage of your generosity and patience any more than I already have, Ethel. Well, I hope we meet again. True servants of the Emperor are always welcome aboard my ship. An interrogator of the Inquisition seldom gets to hear such words. Thank you for your hospitality. I will not forget it. Solomorn, is there any assistance I can provide to you? Right at this moment, unlikely. We have a considerable amount of dirty and routine work ahead of us, such as checking cogitator logs and questioning the station's residents, including its less palatable individuals. None of that is worth the Rogue Trader's time, I assure you. Still, should circumstances change, I will absolutely welcome the aid of such a dependable ally, such as yourself. Argenta, who is this Reverend Hieronymus? He is the head of the Drusian mission on Footfall and one of the most prominent clergymen in the sector. Paying him a visit is a good thing for any loyal servant of the Emperor to do. I assisted his mission before I joined Lady Theodora on her voyage. I need his blessing to accompany the new rogue trader of the von Valancius dynasty. If you wish to have me aboard your void ship, I request that we meet with Reverend Hieronymus. The shed blood has washed away the taint from our bodies. It is only right that we now wash our souls with the blessings of the servant of the Undying One. The Drusians, like the blood-spun web, are devoted to asceticism, rejecting wealth and luxury, and surrendering themselves to his service. Though their thread is different from ours, the first spinner spoke of them with respect. Why does the liege want to see me so badly? Not you personally, he wishes to meet with the rogue trader of the von Valancius dynasty. Takara does not know about Lady Theodora's death, and is simply seeking an audience with the powers that be. My gut is telling me that something must be very wrong on Footfall if our astropath managed to read such strong emotion in such an anodyne message. We have no information, Lord Captain. The broadcast from the Footfall Astropathic Choir was the only missive Master Zachary has received lately. What do we know about this liege of Footfall? Vladimir Takara is a very peculiar young man. Consider your upcoming conversation a baptism of fire in Footfall's political arena. Such things are not spoken out loud, but Liege Takara is the appointee of the Kazbalika Mission, the largest robber baron crime syndicate in the Calixis sector. They specialize in the cold trade, the buying and selling of all kinds of Xenos rubbish. Footfall was previously run by a liege who did business with several criminal factions at once, but he suffered an accident. The reins of power were picked up by Vladimir Takara, whose appointment benefits not only the Kazbalika, but also their most powerful ally in their Coronis expanse, rogue trader Caligus Winterscale. Vladimir is a slippery yet very cautious fellow. He does not usually beat around the bush, and does not play mind games. Perhaps more importantly, he is no fool. Fools do not rise this high in the Kazbalikan hierarchy. Keep all this in mind. You are a rogue trader, you stand above him in status, and wield considerable power. Having said that, history has seen cases where the Kazbalikan barons cross swords with rogue traders and emerge victorious. Do not forget that, and remain vigilant. The Kazbalika, vile tech thieves. Pascal's Vox barks out the last word, like a profanity. What else do I need to know about Footfall? It is the largest port and the trading capital of the Coronis Expanse. It has a dockyard that would allow us to inspect and repair the void ship, and it boasts its own astropathic choir, the Coronis Expanse Communications Nexus. Not to mention pirate hideouts, smuggler caches, and forts belonging to a dozen gangs, groups, and factions. In the Coronis Expanse, the Imperium relies on this as its outpost. The fringes of humanity's domain rarely resemble its central worlds, but so long as Footfall serves the God Emperor, insofar as it can, it will be considered a citadel of the Imperium. Although, I have heard that the tithes it sends are underwhelming, to say the least. Due to Footfall's remoteness, it has developed its own rules and customs. Many of the goods that can be procured there would be considered heresy in the heart of the Imperium, enough to warrant summary execution. Moreover, Footfall is the domain of the rogue traders, who transcend certain Imperial laws by virtue of the warrant they bear. What about the system we arrive in? Furibundus is valuable due to its close proximity to the Maw, the gateway to the Imperium. The system is mostly known for Footfall, the main base for merchants, privateers, and rogue traders traversing the Coronis Expanse. Additionally, the star itself is orbited by an Adeptus Mechanicus station, which is off-limits to outsiders. Alter Templum Calixis Ext 17. I had the honor of tending to this shrine for a few thousand cycles. I suggest you abstain from visiting it, as most tech comrades at the station are engaged in meditative calculations that should not be interrupted. What about after Footfall? As soon as we solve the issues plaguing the ship and establish contact with the key worlds of your protectorate, the time will come for your Magna Accessio, the official ceremony of donning the mantle of the rogue trader. It is mostly a formality at this point. You already possess all the privilege granted by the warrant, and yet it is a major milestone in your personal history, the moment your name graces the list of heads of the Von Valancius dynasty. We are all looking forward to that day, Lord Captain. Very well. If that's it, let's translate to real space. Vigdis begins issuing instructions. The massive ship appears to change with her every word. The bridge is set in motion as hundreds of people start to prepare for the shift to real space, and measured chanting fills the corridors to safeguard the vessel and its crew. One more thing, Lord Captain. No one at the station knows about Lady Theodora's demise and you inheriting the title. Liege Dakara will be informed. It is required so we can use the dock, and besides, he is expecting a personal audience with the rogue trader. He will not meet with an unknown person of unclear standing. However, there is still the matter of announcing your arrival. You can either arrive on the station with the proper pomp and ceremony, or choose to visit it incognito. Tell me in detail how these choices benefit me. According to Footfall's unwritten laws, rogue traders enjoy special privileges that exceed even the power of the liege. However, they may choose not to exercise those privileges in certain situations. Arriving incognito will give you more room for maneuver, while an official visit will allow you to directly intervene in local affairs. I shall explain if you do not mind. As per this unwritten rule, every rogue trader arriving at the station has the right to veto any of the liege's decisions. But there is a catch. The Coronis Expanse is home to several influential rogue trader dynasties, and Footfall is where their interests intersect. Of course, that does not prevent certain persons, namely Caligos Winterscale, from subtly pulling the strings on Footfall. If you, as a new rogue trader, start your career with an official landing and a parade in your honor, the other dynasties may see this gesture as the newcomer challenging their spheres of influence. I do not see that as a bad thing, necessarily. Old Man Winterscale may take slight offense. Corda will be put on her guard. But you have just risen to prominence, and most people in the Coronis Expanse have not even heard about Lady Theodora's departure yet. It must be made clear that the banner of Von Valancius soars as high as ever. Heinrich says, if I may, I would recommend arriving incognito. You will have plenty of opportunities to savor the sweetness and the burden of power, but right now, is the last time you could take refuge in obscurity. This way your arrival will not draw much attention, and the people will treat you as a person, and not the almighty sovereign anointed by the Emperor. It could turn some situations to your advantage. What do you guys think? Incognito? Or with a parade that might not end in wanton chaos and slaughter? I personally think we should go in incognito. My record with parades is bad. That's fair. Yeah, good point. Let's arrive incognito. I have a little bit of a phobia of parades now. It will be done, Lord Captain. With your gracious permission, I will return to my duties. We've reached rank 2 conviction for Iconoclast. We also have some leveling up to do. What does this do? In the first round of every combat, the Rogue Trader and their allies gain additional MP. Alright, 2 plus Iconoclast ranks of 4. 4 additional MP in the first round. That's pretty good. What does this one do? The Rogue Trader and 2 random allies start combat with temporary wounds equal to their own resolve. That's also pretty cool. I wish we could get rid of this, but it's what we get for going into the sickly part of town. So, we've mastered our officer archetype. Now we get to choose a secondary one. As an officer, we have Vanguard, Master Tactician, Grand Strategist, and Overseer available to us. And each of those is for kind of a different thing. The Master Tactician and the Grand Strategist would offer us more, like, control bonuses, right? Like, much more similar to our officer stuff, where we're like, hey, you, go do a thing. And do it well, right? That kind of thing. That's very much the Master Tactician. And then the Grand Strategist is similar, but a little bit more focused on, like, area control. Like, battlefield positioning. The Vanguard is our, like, tanky subclass. And then the Overseer has a bunch of different things that it could do. This is the Arbitrator subclass. We get, the big thing is that we get a pet. And because we are a Psyker, that pet could be a Cyber Raven. We can't get a Mastiff because you have to be an Arbitrator to get a Mastiff. But we could do a Cyber Raven. We could have a shitload of Serbo Skulls. Or we could have a Cyber Eagle. But see, the Cyber is different. The Cyber Raven is Psi like Psychic. And the Cyber Eagle is Psi like Cyborg. Hey, that's me. Yeah. For our build, what I'm trying to kind of do with Ethel, I think I'm going to go with the Vanguard. Because right now, that, like, our officer abilities are doing pretty okay. You know? I don't think that we need to focus too much on that, especially because Cassia is also an officer. And because she's also a bit of a healer, I think we're probably going to be taking Cassia a lot along with us. And, so I think we're going to go Vanguard. Telepath wants to do a stretch break. That's a good idea. We'll get this done real quick and stretch. So we get Unyielding Beacon as a Vanguard. Every attack against us gives us a stack of it, which increases our resolve. And all allies in a 2-cell radius around us also gain the bonus at a 1/5 rate. Temporary wounds applied to the Vanguard now stack, but only remain until the start of our turn. And if we have any remaining temporary wounds, are reduced to the largest amount granted by 1 effect. So it's going to make us a little bit tankier. And I think that's a good idea. I'll go through the rest of them, I think, after the break. Whoop. Yeah, we'll do Pascal after the break. He's an operative. He's got a lot more to choose from. We'll be right back, though. All right, like I said, we back. For Pascal, he has the operative archetype, which is the same as Adira, so the, like, weakness exploitation stuff, right? Assassin might not be terrible. The difference between Assassin and Executioner is that Assassin is, like, high damage and, like, more weakness exploitation stuff, and Executioner is, like, damage over time and stacking debuffs and things like that. So this is, like, I want to kill him as fast as possible, and this is, like, I also want to kill him as fast as possible, but I want to do it without stabbing them. I guess. It's kind of how I see it. But he can also be an Overseer if we wanted, or a Grand Strategist. I, however, like the Bounty Hunter, which gives him more bonuses for, like, specific targets and things like that. But I also don't mind making him an Overseer and giving him a bunch of servo skulls. That is also something that I have done before that is kind of fun. And I know, excuse me, I know Vinny's kind of partial to servo skulls. So we could do that. I could be convinced. Abelard, he's got our Vanguard, if we wanted him to be a Vanguard. He also has access to Executioner and Assassin. And then he also has Arc Militant. And their whole thing is different attacks with different weapons. Like, just constantly cycling through weapons is the Arc Militant's whole shtick. For Pascal, but I don't have to. See, but that's the thing. Do you want me to? I'll do it if you want me to. It's not like I don't have other games going right now, you know, off camera where I could do different shit, where I have already passed the level that we're at here and have done different shit. because I like ya, we're going to go with the Servo Skulls. Servo Skull Swarm is a versatile support tool that enhances the Overseer's combat capabilities. Thanks to the persistent extrapolation effect, It can transmit the effect of the Overseer's abilities to multiple targets at once, healing and empowering groups of allies and weakening groups of enemies. Additionally, the Servo Skull Swarm can influence the course of battle through its signal abilities. Medicae Signal helps its allies regain wounds, Provocation Signal wreaks havoc among enemy lines, forcing them to attack each other, and Priority Signal distracts the enemy and improves this familiar's defense. The Relocation ability provides the Servo Skull Swarm with additional mobility, allowing the Overseer to move it where it is needed the most. Well, there's our Servo Skull. What? Where'd everybody else go? Hold on. That was weird. Okay. Here it is. Classic Servo Skull look. This must be the Medicae one. With the saw and the little needle. They're pretty cool. I like the Servo Skulls. I love them. Abelard. He's also going to be a Vanguard. He's just never not tanking. They're so cute. They are. I think they did a good job with the Servo Skulls. This guy, they did reuse this model because I think this is what the Servo Skull looks like. That comes and like finds you in the warrant chamber at the very beginning in the prologue. But like it's cool, right? With the banner and the golden halo, you know. And I like that they gave them each a use, right? Like their described powers in the ability descriptions, they actually like actively made an attempt to make the skulls actually look like they could do what it says that they could do. So I like that like commitment to realism as well. A lot of them are kitted that way. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose that's just kind of the common, like, Servo Skull look, you know? So it makes sense. But I do think it's, like, the same model as the one that comes to get you off the warrant chamber. It's just kind of funny. For Argenta, I think we're going to make her our arch militant. Because while we want her to focus on mainly burst area attacks. Yes, great design. I agree. Yeah. We want Argenta to focus on ranged burst attacks, but we can't just do that over and over and over again. So, just kind of based on the fact that, like, we're already sort of playing with this sort of play style where we're like single shot, burst shot, single shot, burst shot. You know what I mean? That'll just start stacking versatility, which is their feature. Whenever the Arch Militant uses an attack that is of a different type from their previous attack, the Arch Militant gains a stack of versatility. Valid attack types are single shot, melee attack, which is single target or burst, area melee, area ranged, or ranged burst. The Arch Militant gains +3 weapon skill and ballistic skill for every stack of versatility. If the Arch Militant has 4 or more stacks of versatility, they gain bonus damage, which is either 10 plus weapon skill or 10 plus ballistic skill, whichever is highest. So, you know, you could also be Arch Militant as like a melee focused more than ranged focused. But for Argenta, I think that's going to help a lot. Heinrich's here is going to be our Executioner. He already does a little bit of status, like damage over time. Get it, Argenta. Hell yeah. Heinrich's already does some status over time stuff. And we are also going to make him a pyromancer eventually. We're going to give him some pyromancy powers, which means he will also be able to set people on fire on top of some of the other stuff. Which the Executioner also just lets him do, kinda. Like, now his melee attacks just always naturally inflict bleeding. For Cassia, she's going to be our master tactician, because it works really well with the way that the officer stuff works. And it also gives her a tidy little damage bonus that she kind of sorely needs right off the gate. The Master Tactician empowers their next attack. This is like an active ability that I can just use. It empowers their next attack to deal 4% additional damage for every stack of tactical advantage, and then they lose half of their stacks. And then tactical advantage is a passive effect that we gain for every 5 momentum gained by either the Master Tactician or their allies in battle. And we begin with a number of stacks equal to fellowship bonus. So that's kind of right up Cassia's alley. Our fellowship bonus isn't super high right now, but there's some stuff that we can do to make it a little higher. It also doesn't really matter how many stacks we get at the beginning, because at the rate that Argenta kills people in battle, she's going to be gaining a lot of momentum. Idira. I don't give two shits about Idira. She can be an assassin. And Kibella is also definitely an assassin. Their first talent keystone feature is Seek the Opening. The assassin sees a single opening for each enemy on one of the enemy's sides. Whenever the assassin hits an opening, excluding over-penetration, they deal an additional 10% of the target's maximum wounds as damage. After an attack, the opening is moved to the opposite side of the enemy. Each enemy's openings that were not hit by the assassin during the assassin's turn are moved to a random side of that enemy at the start of the assassin's next turn. So you use the ability and it just like designates a direction, right? And on an enemy, and then if you hit that enemy from that direction, it does extra damage and then swaps the effect to the other side of the guy. It's a pretty neat ability. I think it works a little better on melee than it does on ranged, but assassin is kind of where Idira wants to be too, which is why Kibella is always just going to be better. Heretical, unsanctioned Psyker Idira is a bit of a wild card that I just don't appreciate taking into battle. So she has just a natively higher chance of triggering Perils of the Warp because she's an unsanctioned Psyker. And this is where I think we're going to leave it off today, right after we get finished with this conversation, because this is going to introduce ship combat. Lord Captain, Master Helms and Ravor says. His voice over the Vox sounds weary rather than annoyed. So if you have two assassins, can they juggle sides? I don't know if it stacks, or if it's kind of like the officer ability, where if you've got an enemy that's been targeted by one assassin, you can't target them with a different assassin's ability. Like, it just doesn't work. Like, they become an invalid target. But I don't know. That's a good question. We'll have to test it out next week. Getting reports of several ships moving towards us. Judging by the fact that they're not responding to our hails and the telemetry shows a trail of macro batteries, they're not here for a chinwag. Ready to issue orders to prepare for battle at your command. Could this be the work of Conrad Voitvir? It's possible. He could have hired some scum. Or maybe it's just a pirate who saw the state of our ship and decided to push his luck. On my order, all stations, get ready for combat! Maybe. There we go. I'll give you a sneak peek of ship combat. And, then I think we'll call it. Ship combat's very interesting, but we'll have to wait until next week to find out how it goes. I hope you guys like it. In the meantime, though, this has been Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader. I've been Griff. You've been you. I appreciate all of you for being here. Be excellent to each other. Have a wonderful night. We won't see you tomorrow. We'll be back on Thursday. Have a good one. Bye-bye.